What's up guys, it's Colin from Commerce Gurus and welcome to this extended e-commerce tutorial. In today's video, you're going to learn everything you need to know to create your own e-commerce website from scratch using WordPress and WooCommerce, the #1 most popular platform for building e-commerce websites in 2019. If you've never built an e-commerce website before, then this tutorial is for you, as you don't need to know any coding or have any technical experience whatsoever. You'll be able to change everything from your logo, your color scheme, your imagery, and all the page layouts using the incredibly powerful but easy to use page builder called Elementor. In fact, by the time we're done, you'll know everything you need to personalize your store to look exactly the way you want it. What's more, I'll be taking you through every single step of the process from start to finish in minute detail with no shortcuts. So if you follow along, you should have no problem getting your store up and running today. And we won't be using fictional products in our store. No, we'll be using real products that you can start selling today. How is that possible? Well, we're going to start off by setting up our store as a dropshipping store, which is a great way to get started in e-commerce for the first time with little or no risk and minimal effort. And what's dropshipping, you say? We'll be integrating AliExpress, the world's largest source of wholesale products, directly into your WooCommerce store, where you can source products at cost, apply your profit margin, and then sell those products directly on your store. When customers then order your products from you, your store will order the product from the relevant supplier, and the supplier does the rest of the hard work while you take home the profit. If you like what you're seeing, then please like this video and be sure to subscribe for more upcoming e-commerce tutorials where we'll be taking our store and your store to the next level. So let's take a look at what you can expect to learn in this extended tutorial. Oh yeah, and don't forget guys, I've included timestamps in the description below, so if there's any steps you want to skip or you just want to get back to something we've already covered, the timestamps make that nice and easy. Or as you're watching this on YouTube, you can do what I tend to do a lot these days, which is just watch this guide at 1.5 or 2x speed, and hopefully my sentences are nice and short and slow, that they still make sense at 1.5 or 2x. So in step 1, we're going to brainstorm ideas for e-commerce brand names and where to register your domain name. And that's something that can really cause a lot of people a lot of anxiety. Really doesn't need to anymore. There's lots of great tools, even though it's getting harder to find good .com domain names. We're going to bring you through some nice tools that help make that process a little bit easier. Step 2, we're going to get you up and running with what I consider to be the best WooCommerce hosting on the planet by far. Step 3, quickly we're going to race through and install WordPress and WooCommerce, and that's been made a lot easier by what we'll learn in step 2. And yeah, I mean, it's one thing that comes up, people ask me quite often, why WooCommerce? Wouldn't it just be easier to use Shopify and then we don't need to install and mess around with hosting or anything like that? Yeah, I mean, in some cases that will be true. It certainly is easier to use Shopify, and it's a fantastic platform in its own right. But there's a few reasons I often recommend WooCommerce as a better option for some. And for me, number 1, the big one is control. I don't like giving up complete control of my cart and my checkout to a hosted platform. For some of you, yeah, that might not be an issue. And if not, then Shopify is definitely worth your consideration. But the idea that a publicly listed company could in theory just switch off my store at any time and then switch off my main revenue streams, even if it's quite unlikely, it's just not something I'm happy to live with, guys. And I know a lot of you are the same. So that's the big one for me. Number 2, WooCommerce. Yeah, I mean, cost, it generally is cheaper. Not always, but mind you. But certainly from a starting off perspective, it's certainly a lot easier to get a lot further with WooCommerce for a fraction of the cost with Shopify. That's for sure. And thirdly, WooCommerce is a lot more flexible than Shopify. So you can pretty much bend WooCommerce and shape the shopping experience to do pretty much whatever you want it to do, as long as you know what you're doing, of course. But I mean, again, there's a wonderful ecosystem of WooCommerce and WordPress developers out there that can get a lot of customizations done if needs be. Of course, with Shopify, you can customize it. There's a wonderful app ecosystem there, but you're back to the cost thing. So if that's a consideration for you as well, that's something to bear in mind. And finally, for some types of stores, it's just not possible to run them on Shopify. There's certain industries that Shopify have just chosen to not support, which is fine. They're perfectly entitled to do that. I mean, again, back to the first consideration, there may be industries that they allow today that they may decide for whatever reason down the line that they don't allow anymore, and then you're high and dry. So again, it's a great platform, and don't get me wrong, Shopify is a super platform. I do recommend it. But for a lot of beginners who may be not quite sure whether the e-commerce thing is for them, WooCommerce is a lower risk platform, a lower cost platform, and you can get a lot further for a lot cheaper. So on with the next steps in our guide, just as an overview. In steps 6 to 7, we're going to get to the building blocks of our new store in place by getting our theme, WooCommerce itself, and AliDropship configured. And then through in steps 11 to 15, we're really going to get into our e-commerce store and make it look really seriously professional, beautiful, mobile friendly, and fully optimized. And finally, we'll then polish our homepage using the wonderful, amazing Elementor and make a few finishing touches to close out the tutorial. So yes, this is a long one, guys, but I promise you, if you stick with me for the full duration of the tutorial, you'll have a professional, mobile friendly, super duper e-commerce website that will set you on the road to success. So without further ado, let's get cracking with step 1. All right, so when you're going to set up your first drop shipping store, the first thing you're going to need is a domain name. Domain names are one of the hardest things to pick for any new website. The problem being is that there are so few words in the English language at this point that are left for domain names, is that it becomes a real chore as to find a word or words that make sense for top level domains. You know, if you're interested in .coms, you've got to get really creative. There are other top level domain names like .co and .io and .ai. I'm maybe just old school. I still have a preference for .com for e-commerce. So, you know, what we're going to look at in this first part of the video is some strategies and some tools and techniques that can help you to find some good .com domain names for your new store. So before we even look at that, the place where I like to register all my domains is namecheap.com. They're extremely reliable domain registrar. If you're looking at other videos on YouTube, you'll see quite a lot of the time when they're setting up Shopify stores or other WooCommerce stores with other WordPress hosting providers, quite often they'll start the process by registering the domain name with your hosting account. That's not a very good idea, and I'll explain why. If you, for example, set up your new WordPress WooCommerce website with Bluehost, for example, and you choose to register your domain name, or with GoDaddy, for example, and you register your domain name with GoDaddy or Bluehost, and you also have your hosting with a GoDaddy or Bluehost, what you'll find is if you ever need to move your hosting to a different provider, things can get a bit tricky where your hosting service provider is also your domain registrar. And if, for example, there's ever a problem with your hosting provider, they're also your domain registrar. So you could be left in a very sticky situation. For example, if one of those was to go offline or to go bust, you might find that it's impossible to get control of your domain name. So if you keep your domains registered with a domain registrar and your hosting separate, if there's ever a problem with your hosting company, you can very quickly and easily move your website to a different host, and you're not held hostage by your hosting company. And believe you me, this has happened many times in the past. There have been many examples where high-profile web hosting companies either go offline for a long time, or they go bust, or they suffer attacks, and you are completely held hostage by the fact that your single point of failure is your hosting company. So that's for that reason alone is the reason why I always recommend that you use a dedicated domain registrar and keep that separate from your hosting company. Okay, so now on with domain name selection. So one of the things, obviously, if you're setting up any e-commerce store for the first time, is to try and pick a niche or a topic or a market that you're interested in. So I'm not going to get into that today. I mean, there's a ton of people who give great advice around that particular topic. Suffice to say that if you are interested in dropshipping, one of the things that you obviously need to do is pick a market for which there are products that you can dropship. Now, for the purposes of this tutorial and this course that we're going through, we're obviously talking about AliExpress. And AliExpress, let's just open it up, is obviously at this point the world's biggest dropshipping store. Now, again, there's all sorts of strategies that you'll find online about the best products to dropship, what you should, what you shouldn't do. I'm not really going to worry too much about that today, other than for me personally, what I like to do is pick a market or a topic that I personally am interested in. That's just the way I operate. Some people don't care. As long as there's a market, it's profitable, that's all they're interested in. So a couple of different markets that I was interested in. The first one was smart homes, so things like gadgets for home automation and things like that. And while there are some products on AliExpress that are in this particular niche, they're not the most inspiring and the most interesting. You'll see here we're looking at some remote wireless switches and things like that. Yeah, they're cool, but they're not the kind of most interesting product to sell online. The other thing to watch out for, obviously, if you're looking at dropshipping, is price points and what people are willing to pay for products online. So while quite a few of these are relatively inexpensive and you could apply margins to them for your own store, they're not exactly the price variations, right? So we're looking at some very cheap and expensive products in a lot of cases. There's not a lot of high ticket price items, and certainly if they are, they're not very inspiring. They're things like switches or network points. So yeah, I mean, I could see you creating an e-commerce dropshipping store for something like this, but it wouldn't be the most inspiring topic. Another thing that I'm interested in is earphones and headphones and things like that. So I run a lot, so I'm always unfortunately going through a lot of different brands of headphones, and they get wet in the rain and things like that. So this is a much more interesting space. We've got products here that are obviously inspired by some of our Apple friends here. We've got other Bluetooth earphones, incredibly cheap prices, lots of feedback, lots of orders. These are obviously tried and tested products. Now, with that obviously comes competition. These may be markets that are heavily saturated at the moment. That to me is not something that would put me off, purely just from the perspective of it proves that there's a market here, and I'd be confident in my own ability to be able to deploy search engine marketing and content strategy to maybe differentiate and build a brand around a store like this. So for the purpose of this tutorial, I'm going to actually pick this market because there's a lot more products, great imagery on a lot of them. And it just is, I think, a more interesting market to tackle. We also, you can see here, we've got about, we've pages and pages of results. We have a ton of stuff here. So yeah, I think I'm gonna pick the headphone/earphone market for my new dropshipping store. So I'm obviously going to need to find a domain name and think of a brand around earphones and headphones. So I'm going to go back over to Namecheap, and if I was to just pick the obvious candidate, headphone or earphones.com, obviously that is registered and probably registered 20 years ago now at this point. Yes, for the princely sum of 237,000 euros, I can get my hands on earphones.com. Not today, guys. Thank you very much. So this is the problem. Obviously, you're going to have to start to think and be creative around what name you choose. My advice is to try, and again, lots of people will give you advice about how to do this, but my advice is to try and think of a brand name that has some relevance to your industry, but maybe doesn't necessarily focus on the keywords at hand, given that they're probably going to be registered on almost every variation of them that you think. So there's a couple of tools that can help us to explore different domain options. One is called Name Mesh. I'm just going to show you a few of these. Another one's called Panabi.com. Another one which I really like is Domain Wheel. Another one is Nameboy. Another one is Namelix, and this was one I hadn't used to relatively recently, and it's a fantastic tool. We're going to look at a few of these in turn. So if I just go back over to name mesh, and I've just picked two words here just after a bit of brainstorming. Head sounds. So head sounds are the two keywords that I've chosen and entered into name mesh here. I'll just hit generate again. You can see what it does. So it's pulling back a series of domain names: common, new, short, extra, fun, lots of different variations, and giving me some suggestions. Now, you could get really lucky. You could think of 2 or 3 words. I wouldn't recommend thinking of any more than 3. And you may find some diamonds in the rough. These ones here, I mean, they're .orgs. Again, I'm more interested in .coms, head-sounds. I'm not particularly interested in using hyphens in my domains, so going to probably ignore these. The similar can sometimes yield some interesting results. So send sounds mightn't be too bad of a name to pick. What else have we got on this list? Yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing particularly interesting here that's jumping off the page. So that's obviously something we may want to come back to. Oh, it's some interesting ones here. A head sounds, maybe. Me head sounds, perhaps top head sounds. That mightn't be too bad. Again, because we're picking something that's more of a brand name, these mightn't be the best choices. Top, we, they can be sometimes good prepositions to use on more common key phrases. So yeah, maybe Mr. Head sounds, not too bad. If we go back over to Panabi, let's see what Panabi is more of an interesting tool for actually brand and development. And you'll see here, if I click on the original options, let's see what we get. Let's actually bring back up. Yes, you can see Head Sounds is available for €4,500. No, thank you. Again, it's got some interesting suggestions here. Some of them we've seen. Go Head Sounds. Yeah, it's pre-pending Go. Yeah, not too bad. Again, you could spend some time at these tools and you may find some interesting results. Let's see what Domain Wheel has discovered for us. Love Head Sounds. Again, that would be great if it was .com. .net, I'm not that mad about it. Again, not a huge amount of results there for those words. Let's just jump in, have a look and see what Nameboy has suggested. Head Sounds would. Pick Head Sounds, not too bad. Let's have a look back over. Now, Namelix, this one is really interesting. So what I've done is I've gone to namelix.com. I've entered my keywords Head Sounds. I've chosen and I've selected here to just put the .com domain available. And again, if I just hit generate, what you'll see is Namelix is doing something quite interesting in that it's actually almost a one-stop shop for building a brand. And what you'll find is whichever they claim to use AI, whatever algorithm they're using is generating, things that I probably would never have thought of directly. So you'll see Headley. Now, again, it's nearly $4,000, so it's not cheap. But if I was building a brand new brand and I wanted to think of something that was related to the headphone, earphone market, that's a pretty good brand name. I like what they've done there in terms of how they've done it. Soundsly, again, really good, really good. Headchimp, super names. Now, what you'll see is each of these are obviously in the premium space, and what they're actually selling you here is a full brand package, the logo, the domain, which is pretty cool, right? So if you need to get your hands on a good logo, it's all here, and it's an interesting service. I've not come across it before. However, just beneath that, you'll see the cheaper options, right? So these are actually looking at domains. GrooveXE.com, I like that one. That's actually available, right? Which is interesting. So I can actually buy a logo, which is quite nice. I can purchase that. It's going to cost about $65. I get my logos, etc. Really good, interesting. The domain is also available, right? Which is what's most interesting about that. There's some other nice options down here. Let's have a look. HS Squeaks, that's pretty cool. Soundcheek, I like it. Very good, nice. So these are interesting choices. Sound Squid, again, that's a premium option. You'll see there's other premium options peppered in here. But as you start to go down, you'll see, I saw one there earlier on, actually, when I was doing this, was Soundjur. That's very nice. Again, it's nice and short. Kind of makes sense as a word, even though it's not really a word. I could see it working. Yeah, and you can see there's a ton of other options down here. You know, we've got there's another good one there. It's actually very interesting. Chushi, which is obviously not a word, but it's nice and short, and you can see it working. I've seen more bizarre brands achieve scale. That's a really nice one. Saunched.com. Not bad, not bad. So, okay, so yeah, I mean, there's just some ideas. I mean, obviously, this is domain names. You know, if I was to have a dollar for every domain name I've bought over the years, I'd be a very wealthy man at this point. Domain names is just something you could spend a lot of time. I wouldn't get hung up on it too much. I'd find something that you're reasonably comfortable and happy with. Another strategy which I've used, and one that I've actually ended up using for this particular work, is to use words like direct. So, for example, headsoundsdirect.com, which was actually available, and I went ahead and purchased. And that can be a very useful strategy. So if you wanted to try some other variation of that and say jogging sounds, that might be another interesting one. Direct.com, for example. You're going to find that using the word direct is found quite a lot with e-commerce stores and can be quite a good modifying keyword to help you find available domain names. So yeah, anyway, so what you want to do obviously is you want to find a domain name that you're happy with, add to cart. You'll see it's usually around $7-8 a year for a domain. I would advise if you want to get hosting, avoid all these kind of things here. You want to avoid a lot of the upsells Namecheap will offer you. Add it to your cart. On the checkout, you'll be given options around your Whois guard. I would take that. It's free forever actually now. It used to be free for a year, but it's free for an hour. That just protects your private information, which is very useful. And yeah, go ahead and order. You can order using PayPal or credit card, buy your domain name, and once you've bought your domain name, you'll get a confirmation screen. Usually happens in a minute or two. And we'll be right back now with our domain name for this particular website. Okay, so headsoundsdirect.com is the domain name that I ended up purchasing. And once you go into your Namecheap account, you'll see that you're given a domain list. Click on the details, you'll see the screen here. So one of the things we're going to want to do now that we've got our domain name, is we want to get our hosting set up. And our hosting obviously is the key place that we'll need to install WordPress and WooCommerce. Now, hosting is one of those things that you will see tons of recommendations for various different hosting providers, from everyone like Bluehost, GoDaddy, SiteGround, WP Engine, Kinsta, you name it. You know, the WordPress hosting ecosystem is a vast place with lots of different shapes and sizes of hosting providers, which can be great. I mean, if you want to, even Namecheap themselves, if you didn't register your domain names, if you had a domain name at GoDaddy already and you want to use Namecheap, are pretty good. Now, Cloudways is a interesting alternative to lots of those cookie cutter cPanel based hosting companies that you see. And why Cloudways are particularly interesting is they are a managed cloud hosting platform. And what that basically means is it utilizes a piece of software which sits on top of very popular, very cost effective VPS/cloud providers like DigitalOcean or Linode and Vultr. And these services here are fantastic, very cost effective, very cheap services that are what I have used for years for building out my own servers. So for example, if you were someone who's very familiar with Linux and Ubuntu and you're quite comfortable around working your way around a command line, this video is not really for you. You should just be jumping into one of these cloud service providers and setting up your own machine. You can see here you can get 2 gigs of RAM, 50 gigs of storage for $10 a month. Very, very cost effective, very powerful machines. The wonderful thing about these services is that their prices are coming down all the time when you're getting more bang for your buck. Very competitive. These three are just three that are probably the more popular ones. And they're extremely reliable, very, very, very efficient servers, excellent networks. However, The big problem with services like these is if you do not know how to get around and manage servers, you shouldn't be using them. So Cloudways is the glue that allows you to use any of these services that you see here, but with a nice, shiny, and familiar control panel based user interface for deploying WordPress and WooCommerce websites. That obviously comes with a cost. So you're getting two things. You're getting your machine of choice from one of these providers, and you're getting your support layer and your management interface from Cloudways. And that is really, I suppose, the beauty of both worlds. To give you an idea, the performance that you'll see from a Cloudways managed droplet is far superior to what you'll get from even SiteGround, which is another favorite of ours in terms of recommendations for WooCommerce service. What you get from Cloudways is a far superior, far more scalable experience for a WordPress or WooCommerce store. So for e-commerce, I tend to recommend Cloudways over SiteGround, for example. SiteGround will be my recommended WordPress hosting provider for WordPress sites in general. But when it comes to e-commerce and you need that little bit more scalability and reliability, I tend to recommend Cloudways. And you'll see, I mean, there's a ton of features that you get. They've got all sorts of wonderful performance and security enhancements within their network, which are really obviously important for e-commerce, more so than anything else. Lots of wonderful stuff, and the other thing that you won't get with DigitalOcean or Linode or Vultures, you won't get any support. So what they'll give you is just a box. They'll just give you the server and off you go, and you need to manage everything. If you've got a bug or a 500 error in your WordPress install, they're not going to help you. They're literally just supporting the network. Once the network is up and once the machine is up, you're on your own. Whereas with Cloudways, if you do experience those all too often problems with a plugin or something like that's causing your site to slow down, Cloudways are there to support you and like give you full support. How much does Cloudways cost? So remember, you're going to have two things that you're paying for. You're paying for Cloudways and all their services and software they provide and their support, and you're paying for your cloud machine, whether it's in Linode or not Cloudways, in Vulture or DigitalOcean. So let's just go down and have a look at price. So you can see here for DigitalOcean, you're looking at cheapest plan is $10 a month, and you're getting quite a lot for $10. You're getting a gig of RAM, you're getting a terabyte of bandwidth, you're getting 25 gigs of storage. For a lot of beginner e-commerce stores, it's perfectly fine. It's a pretty decent starting point. It's pretty cost effective when you consider. Just go back to their landing page again. Sorry, just go back. You'll see. Pricing then, if I go back and look at, let's see, DigitalOcean, look here, yeah, and if I look at their pricing for their droplets, so what's a gig of RAM cost us these days on DigitalOcean? Where's the pricing gone? Oh my gosh, I've hidden your pricing page. So here we go. So gig of RAM is $5 a month, right? So with Cloudways, you're paying $10 a month. So it's a $5 for your droplet and a $5 for Cloudways per month. You can see plans then go up to $22 a month for 2 gigs of RAM, $42 a month for 4 gigs of RAM. And you'll see the sliding scale here. You're paying for 2 gigs on DigitalOcean directly, you're paying $10 a month. For 4, you're paying $20. So you're roughly looking at doubling the cost of whatever it is at DigitalOcean is what you're looking at roughly in terms of what you're paying for Cloudways, which is a pretty good deal considering everything that you get, right? So, you know, here's a quick comparison. You've got a dashboard, right? SSD, that's fine, not much to write home about that. What is interesting is some of the things you get down here, right? So the configuration around firewalls, which is, so for WordPress and WooCommerce sites, one of the biggest problems that you'll find is security and SQL injection attacks and malware. I've never had a problem with malware on a Cloudways managed server. server. The other thing you get thrown in, batteries included, is a staging area. And when it comes to WooCommerce, and we'll look at this in later tutorials, is a staging area is absolutely essential for any kind of e-commerce store. When you're doing big upgrades to WooCommerce, to any of your key plugins you're using, try doing that on a live store where you're getting 50 orders a day, and all of a sudden, one of your plugins breaks your site. What happens? Panic stations, you're in serious trouble, you're losing money. It's a little bit different to just upgrading any old WordPress site. You know, downtime costs you money. So staging area for a WooCommerce store is a must have. It's not a nice to have. Most WordPress hosting services don't give you staging areas, or they're difficult to manage and set up. Cloudways sorts you out of the box. Another wonderful thing about Cloudways, and really why I actually prefer it in many, many ways over SiteGround, is unlimited application installation. What you'll find is with SiteGround or any of the other managed WordPress hosting companies is they tend to place very low artificial constraints on the number of WordPress installations you can have, which for me is a very frustrating thing, especially if you're running several different dropshipping stores, which is not uncommon these days. With Cloudways, you can install as many as you want, which is really, really useful and very valuable when you consider the cost. They've got a ton of batteries included caching installs using Memcached, Varnish, and Redis, which are all key requirements with WooCommerce. When you get to a certain scale, you've got all that in the stack automatically out of the box. And I mean, it also bears repeating as well, is if, for example, you want to move from DigitalOcean over to Linode or Vultr, you can do that. The other thing, and two we haven't mentioned, is that Cloudways also support our AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, and the Google Cloud as well. Now, they tend to be a little bit more expensive, which is why I don't generally recommend them from the beginning. But if you get to a certain scale with your dropshipping store and you're generating thousands of orders a day, or you get big orders, you get big spikes in traffic, and you need things like auto scaling, which Google Cloud in particular does very, very well, you can move to one of those other cloud providers and keep your Cloudways management experience, which is a really useful benefit. Obviously, you've got a ton of data centers depending on whether you go with a DigitalOcean or a Linode or a Vultr, and there are various different data centers all around the world. So you get that out of the box. A lot of other hosting providers, you don't really even get that option anymore. You've got out of the box free SSL, which is a must-have, is a requirement for e-commerce these days. Always has been really for e-commerce sites, but even more so now with Google penalties against sites not running over SSL. And look, you've got a ton of other stuff. Managed backups, which you don't have to worry to, setting up backups and having that ease of mind over an e-commerce store is really important. That comes out of the box. So you're really saving a ton of time and a ton of work to configure your store very quickly. Really good news though with Cloudways is you can get started absolutely free. It's not going to cost you a penny just to set it up and get up and running, which with a lot of other hosting providers, they'll nickel and dime you, even they'll promise you the sun, moon and stars in terms of refunds. But if you've tried actually getting refunds from some other hosting providers, you might find it's a little bit tricky. So we're going to go ahead and just actually sign up and just put in some details here. And pretty standard. Oh, and let's describe myself. E-commerce, monthly hosting spend, no promo code today, start free. Doesn't like my, that's okay. So once we sign up, I'll just chat now with the guys here. I'll just have a quick chat with Naki and I'll be right back. So just after a quick chat with Cloudways support, they verified my details and we will pick up the process with activating our Cloudways again. So you'll get an email like this, so check your spam, make sure it hasn't got trapped there, and you want to click the activation email link, which will bring you to our login screen. And you'll see straight away, welcome to Cloudways. We'll get started. Now, so the first thing we want to do is we want to set up our server. So you're spoiled for choice here, really. You've got DigitalOcean, as we've looked at before. You've Linode or Linode and Vultr. I think it's Vultr, not sure, but apologies to anybody in Vultr or Vultr if I've offended you by getting your name wrong. Honestly, it's hard to go wrong with picking any one of these three. I've used all three extensively for probably 10 years at this point. Starting off with Linode, about 10 years ago, neither of these guys, DigitalOcean and Vultr, existed. So we used these guys for a long time. So these guys came in and really kind of brought costs down dramatically and poached a lot of customers from the likes of these guys over the years. Now all three are pretty kind of almost equal in terms of cost. Over the last year or two, I've tended to lean towards Vultr purely just because they were a little bit cheaper. You were getting a little bit more bang for your buck in terms of server specifications. I think, again, the pricing in this stuff keeps changing very, very regularly, so it's getting increasingly competitive. These two will, as I mentioned earlier, these two will always be more expensive, and you probably don't need them in the beginning. So for today, I'm going to start with Vultr. I'm actually going to start this process with a 1 gigabyte of RAM machine, which is our $11 per month that we've seen earlier on in terms of server size. If you're an existing e-commerce store, you're probably, and you're getting a bit of traffic, I would lean towards the 2 gigabyte of RAM machine option, or even the 4. Obviously your costs increase, they're doubling as you go up the line here. You can see what happens, your costs. But again, $45 a month, $44 a month. If you're an e-commerce store and you're, generating tens of thousands of dollars a month in revenue, it's a drop in the ocean. So it's not it's not going to be a prohibitive cost for you at that level. I've seen and ran stores, WooCommerce stores, that get thousands of orders a week off 4 gig RAM machines. So, your costs aren't going to scale up. You're not going to need 32 gigs of RAM or even 64 gigs of RAM till you reach pretty decent scale into millions of dollars. I have 1 or 2 customers of ours who operate in revenue scale of up to about $10 million a year, and then you're into this kind of cost range and higher, quite honestly. But look, let's start off small. So we'll pick a 1 gig of RAM machine. Now, location is always an interesting one, right? So again, we're spoiled for choice here in terms of Vultr locations, right? So the recommendation really in terms of what location you pick comes down to a couple of different things. But the most important thing is if your market, your prospective customers, are located primarily in the US, which for a lot of e-commerce dropshippers that is the case, you're best to choose one of the US locations for your server. And the main reason why is for latency. So if your customers are primarily based on the East Coast of the US, you're looking at somewhere like Miami, New York. New Jersey is my preferred location for US East-based customers. If they're based on the Western Seaboard, you've got LA, you've Silicon Valley, you've Seattle, you have a number of different options. And of course, there's a whole stream in it for Midwest and beyond. As a default, I usually pick New York. So I'm going to choose that. Obviously, if your customers are based in Europe, just to conclude that, you have a number of different data centers. I normally pick London or Amsterdam, but you do have Paris and Frankfurt, which can be very useful as well. If you are a German dropshipper and you have certain legal obligations in terms of where data resides, you've got the Frankfurt location. The wonderful thing about Vultr as well is if for our friends in Asia and Australia, there are data centers, Vultr data centers in Tokyo, Sydney, and Singapore. And that tends to be a real pain point for a lot of our Australian friends, is because they're on the other side of the world. A lot of the bigger WordPress hosting companies do not have data centers in Asia or Australasia. Vultr do. So it's a really good option if your customer base is, say, based in Australia. The Sydney data center is a fantastic option. So my customers for this prospective store are mainly based on the eastern seaboard of the US. So we're going to choose New York. We're going 1 gig of RAM. We're choosing Vultr. and you'll see we now hit the big Launch Now button. What that's going to do is Cloudways are orchestrating right now as we speak. They're building out our server. So it actually is in the background with their API connections with Vultr is actually building our web server from scratch. Assigning IP addresses, all the various different things that need to happen in terms of the Linux operating system, in terms of the web server deployment, MySQL, all of that stuff that you could literally spend days, weeks, months, years learning is all happening automatically in the background. And this is the real value for me of using something like Cloudways over building your own server. You don't need to worry about anything. And the other major benefit, obviously, over providers like SiteGround is typically if you're using something like SiteGround, you're on a shared machine. This is your own machine. There's nothing else on it. So in terms of competing for resources, you're not going to have that problem. So again, you're now seeing the real benefits of Cloudways here. Obviously, you can see there, it does take a little bit of time because it's doing all of that stuff automatically for you. We're going to have to wait about 13 minutes here just for that process to complete. So I'm going to hit the pause button and we'll come back when our server is ready. Okay, so we're back and our server is being built. You'll see now we have, let's click in. So we have a couple of details here which are important. We can see the IP address. So that is your public address on the internet for your server. We've got a master username and password, which we're not going to use right now. But if we actually just dip in around this account, you'll see we can set up monitoring. We've got a number of managed services running on the machine. So you can see all our key services are running. New Relic we don't need right now. We'll come back to the later tutorial. But basically, this is the real benefit of Cloudways. These are all nice web interfaces on common things that you would typically have to worry about if you were managing your own cloud machine directly on DigitalOcean or Linode or Vultr. And you've a nice UI here which hides all that complexity away from you and you don't need to worry about it. Now, so we have our server, cool, but yet we don't have any applications installed on it. So the first thing we want to do is install WordPress and WooCommerce. Now, what we'll do is we'll click Add Application, and we're going to choose our server. Actually, before we do that, let's just go back and give our server a better name than what it currently is instead of your server. We're going to call this Head Sounds prod for production. Okay, so we've got a server name now, which is a little bit better. Sorry, my OCD wouldn't be able to handle your servers. All right, so Head Sounds prod, add application. And the first thing we want to do is, now you could just choose to install WordPress and then install WooCommerce separately and all the other bits and pieces that we need. Cloudways again comes with a application template which includes WordPress and WooCommerce. So again, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but it's just another little nice optimization that Cloudways gives you specifically for WooCommerce. And that's again another reason why I like Cloudways is they do spend a particular amount of time optimizing their servers for WooCommerce, which is another reason why I'd recommend it over some of the other entry-level WordPress hosting companies. So let's choose that one. Now we'll call it Head Sounds Direct for our application. And I'm just going to give it the same name for the project. Again, this is more just organization within Cloudways than anything else. So again, no messing around. We don't need to download WordPress. We don't need to use some of the cPanel, Softalicious install UIs or anything like that. All just happening here automatically for us. It's saying 2 minutes on screen here. My experience, it happens quite a bit quicker, but let's see. What we'll do is just while that's working away in the background, you'll see obviously at no point did we have to sign up for a credit card for Cloudways. So right now we're still in trial mode, and you can see trial mode lasts for 3 days. So we have plenty of time to actually kick the tires of Cloudways without ever entering any credit card details. So you'll see now our application has been deployed. And if we click in now in applications, we can see that we have, click back on applications. Let's see here. You can see we have a number of details about this application, and we'll deploy a search shortly. But just if we have a look, okay, you can see here we have a URL. If we click that, straight away we can see our site that's been deployed. You can see WooCommerce is active. If we click on the admin URL, you can see we have a username and we have a password. So if I just copy both those details here. Oh, hold on. Did I actually hit copy? No, I didn't. Let's try that again. Let's copy our... No, we don't need to see it copied. Oh, well, yeah, we'll remember me. And we're logged in. So our WordPress install with WooCommerce is done directly for us. You'll see there's a number of other things here that we can use a little bit later on. Our MySQL details, SFTP for file transfer. But well, the next things we want to do straight away is we want to wire up and connect our domain name to our Cloudways WordPress installation. So how do we do that? So what we'll want to do first of all is go back to our applications, and we're going to click in and we're going to select domain management. What we want to do here is just add in head. Actually, what we want to do really is to add in www.headsoundsdirect.com, and we want to hit save changes. So what that is now doing is in the background, again, the Cloudways application is updating our WordPress instance to use headsoundsdirect, www.headsoundsdirect, as our primary domain name for that install. So we don't need to mess around with wp-config, don't need to change anything in the database. It's all being done for us seamlessly in the background. So now that when I go back and I've got access details, you'll see now the temporary URLs that were previously the Cloudways temporary URLs have now been replaced with our domain. But if I go and click on that, you'll see we don't see our website. We see the Namecheap holding page. And that's because we've yet to point any DNS records for headsoundsdirect.com to our Cloudways servers. So that's the next thing we need to do. So how we do that is reasonably straightforward for Namecheap. So first thing we want to do is copy our IP address. Our public IP is here. I'm going to go back to our Namecheap DNS account. And if I go into the domain name, headsoundsdirect.com here, and I click on Advanced DNS, you will see that there are a number of records in place. Oh, let me log in again. I'll be back. I'm back. So you'll see that there are a number of records here which are being used for that holding page. So we're going to get rid of those straight away. We no longer need them. Yes. I want to delete that one. And I want to delete this one. So the very first record we'll need is a root record. So we click on, hold on, oh yeah, it's just taking a couple of seconds to go. So what we'll do is we'll add the new record. So we'll add a root record, which is represented by the @ symbol, and we'll copy in the IP address. Now what I'm going to do is normally I would just use the TTL, which is our time to live, which basically just helps DNS servers propagate records pretty quickly. Normally automatic is pretty good, but just when you're setting up new DNS records like this, I tend to choose propagation around 5 minutes, which we can set back to be automatic in a day or two. But just for the moment, just to ensure they propagate quite quickly, we'll set the root record to our public IP, and we'll hit this little save changes box here. And we'll also add a second record for our www variant. And again, it's the same IP address. And again, we'll just choose a 5-minute propagation TTL, and we hit the green tick again. Okay, let me just refresh that page now and see if the other two records are still present. Yeah, I think I couldn't delete them previously because I hadn't added those new records. So let's just try that again. Oh gosh, I'm after deleting the wrong record. Hold on. Oh, Colin, pay attention. So let's try an A record again. And we just add in the IP address. Yeah, root record's still there. Hit the wrong record. 5 minutes. Hit tick. Okay, so now let me try. Pay attention this time. Delete the right records. Delete record, yes. And yeah, it's gone now. And let's delete the redirect. Okay, so now what we have is we have two DNS records for headsoundsdirect.com. They're both pointing to our public IP address of our Cloudways Vulture instance. So what that basically means is this covers off, this @ symbol allows us to basically ensure that when I access headsoundsdirect.com, the root A record is going to the server, but also the www.headsoundsdirect.com variant is also going to the server. Now, so once you've made a change in Namecheap, that change will need what's called propagate around the internet, which is basically the way the DNS system for the web works is that for the internet works is that there's a number of root servers around the world which act like a telephone directory system for telling which IP addresses go to which domain. So that can take a little bit of time to propagate around the world. It's getting a lot faster than it used to be, but it still takes a bit of time. So what we'll do is we have a nice little site, if I can find it in my list of sites. And we can actually, let me just open it up here again. Okay, so dnschecker.org, super little site. We'll just take in headsoundsdirect.com, head back over here, copy it in. Let's have a look. Yep, and you can see straight away now, just from various different DNS locations around the world, you can see green ticks starting to appear pretty quickly. Okay, Spain still hasn't picked it up. Palma, that's okay. It'll get there pretty soon. I will just check the www variant of that as well. Again, DNS propagation now is pretty quick, so I'd expect to see green ticks for most of these DNS instances. Pretty much green ticks across the board. So now, when we go to headsoundsdirect.com, okay, so we've got a bit of DNS caching still going on my local instance, which is not that surprising. But that will clear itself off pretty quickly. So in the meantime, so this is what I'm saying. So you'll notice this as well yourself. You'll see this on your local machine. Even after checking this, you'll see that there's green ticks. You still might be seeing your holding page here locally on your own machine. Don't worry about that. That's basically just, could be a number of different things. Could be your local DNS cache on your own machine. It could be that you're accessing the web through a proxy server where there's a local DNS cache on there, or it could be your ISP's cache of your DNS, which is the most likely outcome. There's a number of different ways and means outside the scope of this tutorial where you can clear your DNS cache. I'll put some links down below, but suffice to say, after a period of time, you can allow up to 24 hours, but after a number of hours, more likely 2 to 3 hours, you'll see that your DNS is propagated. So once our DNS is propagated, you'll then be able to access your site, particularly your WP admin, from headsoundsdirect.com, for example, in this case, /WP admin, which is your login. Instead of, you no longer have to use the temporary Cloudways URL. So our DNS cache is being cleared. And we can see now when we refresh to try and enter WP admin that we're getting this connection is not private warning. It's nothing too much to worry about. All that's happening here is that WordPress and WooCommerce have been installed assuming the presence of a HTTPS connection and an appropriate SSL certificate, and they've not found one. So the certificate they found is an invalid one. It's assigned to it hangs off the cloudwaysapps.com domain, which our browser rightly tells us that's not valid for our domain headsoundsdirect.com. So we can fix that. By the way, if you want to you can actually still access your site. If you just want to hit advanced here and then hit proceed, you'll be able to still log in. But rather than do that, let's actually go ahead and fix the issue. So if you go back into Cloudways, under applications, in Head Sounds Direct, in our one, you'll see there's an SSL certificate section. So we'll actually go ahead and use the default Let's Encrypt cert. Mainly, first reason is that it's a perfectly good certificate, and second reason that it's free. So we'll just put in a email address here, and we'll put in our fully qualified domain name, headsoundsdirect.com. In this case, we don't really, I mean, we could apply a wildcard, but don't really need one. Essentially, what the wildcard does is allows for any permutation of headsoundsdirect.com. So, for example, www.headsounds, dev.headsounds, staging.headsounds to all run off the same certificate. That's what a wildcard certificate does. Do you know what? We'll actually go ahead and deploy a. Do you know what? For the purposes, we won't actually, because we need to do a separate DNS record. Do you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. We'll add another record here in host in Namecheap. So let's go down here, add new record. So we need a new CNAME. And the reason why we need to do this is Let's Encrypt needs to authenticate that we are the owners of this domain. So by getting us to create a DNS record that it can look for, that's a pretty good sign that we are the owners of this domain. Now, the reason I was hesitant to do this at all wasn't just because of doing it. It was just more the time that it might take now for the Let's Encrypt service to recognize the fact that we've created that DNS record, given it can take some time for DNS to propagate. So let's have a look and see how quick DNS propagation happens these days and see if it can spot that record has been created. No. So it can't yet verify the fact that we have created the CNAME record that we needed to create. Let's try again. No. Oh, it has. Sorry. That was very, very quick. I didn't expect it, quite honestly, to... Oh, we'd have to wait a few more minutes. But there you go. You can see how quick it is now. Again, don't be surprised if it doesn't happen as quick for you. If you're really lucky like I just was, you can see that it'll happen in a couple of seconds. So now that our DNS has been verified, let's go ahead and hit install. And again, all the complexity around installing certificates has been hidden away and abstracted away for us by Cloudways. And momentarily, we should see that our certificate is installed and applied automatically to our site. So our certificate finished installing. Took about a minute and a half, 2 minutes actually to complete that process. And you'll see once the screen refreshes, you'll see the cert is here. You'll see that the asterisk.headsoundsdirect.com is our wildcard certificate. And this will auto-renew. This is the wonderful benefit of Let's Encrypt, as they're free. And they can be also set up to auto-renew, which is the default experience, which is great. So the certs last for 90 days and they just automatically roll over. So most of the time, you'll never have to worry about your certificate ever again. Now, if I go back over here, and let's just see now, make sure. Okay, so it's not secure. So what could be some local caching? Let's try a new browser, see if that makes any difference. Yeah, interesting. Let's have a look. Huh. Oh, hold on. Let me have a look and see what it says. So actually, it's picking up the new certificate now. We're still seeing a not secure option though. Possibly because let's see if our site is set to run over SSL. Yeah. So certificates, right? Possibly the application settings. Let's have a look. And let me just check something now. Let me log into WordPress. I think I know what the issue is. Let's have a look and see. Okay, so we're logging back into WordPress now for the first time. Before we go anywhere, let me just go into settings. Oh yeah, we are actually running over HTTPS. Let me just quickly check. Turns out it was just some local browser caching of the old certificates. So once I cleared away in my local Chrome cache, the not secure issue went away. So yeah, apologies for that. It just basically, you may see this. It's worth showing you the process, warts and all, because if you see something similar and you're racking your brains as to what's going on, as to why your not secure messages appearing, even though you've applied your certificate and everything else, just actually clear your local browser cache. You may need to clear close the browser out completely to fully resolve it, but it'll go away. So we have now set up our DNS. We've got our Cloudways server set up. We've got our WooCommerce and WordPress install set up. If you've never used WordPress before, there's a ton of wonderful tutorials available online about WordPress in general, which we're not going to go through today, but there's a couple of key settings which I always do. First things first, in WordPress, I'm going to just set our post name permalinks to be, our permalinks to be post name based. And let's just get rid of this guy for the moment. And well, I'm actually just going to go ahead and update WordPress as well. So you can see that Cloudways deploys WordPress from its own application template. So sometimes you'll see that a slightly newer version might be available, which is what's happened here. And we've just gone ahead and updated that. Again, you can see how quick it is. And we'll update the version of these themes to make sure that they're all up to date. Let's do the same for plugins, which is perfect. Okay, great. Now, so what else do we need to do just before we do anything else with WordPress, before we go any further? Let's have a look and make sure that in our settings area, that we probably want to give it a better title than this. Let's call it Head Sounds Direct for all your earphones and headphone desires. Okay, so we'll probably come up with a better tagline on that a little bit later, but that'll do for now. Let's hit Save Changes. We just head back on over. You'll see that so there we go. There's our title and our strapline. Now you'll see that the default Cloudways WordPress installation is got some useful links here, which is cool, which can be helpful. But this really isn't what we need in terms of setting up our e-commerce site. So let's get stuck into that. I'm actually going to kill the setup process here for the moment. I'll get rid of these notices. I'm actually going to delete Akismet for now. Breeze, which we'll talk about a little later. It's cool, and get rid of Hello Dolly. So we have a nice clean WordPress installation. One or two other things, bit of housekeeping is I'm going to delete some of these older WordPress themes. Again, you don't need to do this. It's just good housekeeping in that if you're never going to use these themes, you're as well to delete them. Otherwise, you just become attack vectors for hacking down the line. Some of the biggest causes of malware attacks are old themes and plugins that you never use, so get rid of them. Now, I always like to leave at least one alternative theme in place for testing and debugging of issues in the future, so we'll leave 2019 installed. You can see Cloudways have installed Storefront, which is a super free WooCommerce theme from WooCommerce themselves, and that's been set as our default theme by Cloudways, which is cool, and we'll leave that as is. So now we're pretty much ready to start into the next part of the video, where we'll actually get into the process of installing and configuring all the ins and outs of WooCommerce. So setting up WooCommerce can be sometimes a long and arduous process, and hopefully this part of our tutorial will make your life a little bit easier. First thing we're going to do is set up a new theme for our WooCommerce store. So at the moment, we're using Storefront. Storefront is a perfectly good theme. It's one of the most popular WooCommerce themes. It's 100% free. It's great. If you're on a budget, probably the best place to start is to use Storefront. However, if you want to take your store to the next level, we have a theme called Shoptimizer. Now, Shoptimizer is a WooCommerce theme that is optimized for speed and performance. We've spent a ton of time ensuring that it's bar none the fastest WooCommerce theme on the planet. We do all sorts of nice little things around minified CSS and critical CSS, and page speed and Lighthouse speed scores are off the charts. There's a ton of conversion optimization features built in out of the box, so you don't need to install 30 different plugins to get to a point where your store is best in class for modern things like you can see trust badges and upsells and sticky details on scroll, ton of stuff. Slide up notifications. We've spent a lot of time looking and researching on what works for category, product category SEO, ensuring there's rich content there. Really, I suppose it's become very, very popular since we've launched it over 6 months ago. It works with all your favorite page builders, so there's nothing custom, nothing bespoke or proprietary required to use builders like Elementor or Beaver Builder, which are probably two of the most popular builders today. My personal favorite being Elementor. So yeah, I mean, by all means, start with Storefront if you're on a budget. If you want to take your store to the next level, have a look at Shoptimizer. As I said, it's one of our own themes, so naturally I'm biased here in this video. The good news is that if you are interested in getting Shoptimizer, it's normally $99, but for people watching this tutorial series, there will be a link below to a coupon code, which is CGYT drop, which you can also get to just by typing in commercegurus.com/CGYT drop, and that will get you a whopping 55% off. So right now, typically it's $99. It's coming in at $44.55. So I can't do much better than that for you. So again, you don't need to do this. We'll certainly, most of the lessons that we'll be covering in this tutorial are easily applicable if you want to use Storefront instead. But if you want something that looks a bit different and a bit more focused on conversion and performance, check it out. So what I'm going to do as part of this install, I'm going to install Shoptimizer. We have a separate video, which I'll include a link below, which goes through the full Shoptimizer installation and performance optimization process. So if you want to spend a bit of time, you certainly should do that and spend a bit of time configuring and tuning the theme and your WooCommerce store performance. You want to check that video out. But for now, we'll go on with the basic installation, which is I've been speaking, installed the Shoptimizer theme. So I've uploaded the zip file, I've activated the theme, and now I'm being prompted to install the plugins. And not all of these, only one plugin actually is required here, which is the Kirky plugin. The rest of these are all optional plugins, but we're going to install them because they'll help to improve our store performance. So I install the plugins, and then I go back and I just activate them. Okay, so our plugins are activated. It's going to go back to the dashboard. We probably get a welcome screen from one of these plugins, probably WP Forms, yeah. And the first thing we want to do is we want to import some demo data into our store. So Shoptimizer ships with some basic demo data, which is really useful just to give you an understanding. If you've never used WooCommerce before, it's a really good way of just seeing what a store looks like running on WooCommerce and how products and categories work. So this can take a couple of minutes to install, but you'll see here on Cloudways, it's happened very, very quickly. So that's it, all done. So again, we did that from Appearance, import demo data. So we've installed it. Now what I'll do is I will go to WooCommerce settings. Just to briefly show you what we look like right now. you can see we've got our demo data installed. We don't have a logo, so I'm actually going to go ahead and upload a logo. And to do that, I go to Appearance and Customize. And what I want to do is I'll go into General and Site Identity. So to install a logo, or sorry, to upload a logo, go to Upload, and I'll click in. I've actually created a quick logo, quick and dirty for the purpose of this tutorial. Select. I'm not going to crop. I'm going to skip the cropping. No need to do that. And I'm going to publish. And while I'm at it, we also have a sticky logo, which you see on scroll. So I'm going to upload one of those too, which I've created beforehand. There we go. It's my sticky logo. Okay, and sticky logo width should be okay. Let me just maybe tweak it ever so slightly. Make it 50 pixels, shall we say. And we're going to publish. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, so there's our logo, Head Sounds Direct. Again, you can see it's not a pretty simple logo, but that's okay for the purpose of this tutorial. That's all we need. And you'll see, you can't really see it there now because I'm logged in, but our sticky logo is coming in behind the menu. What we want to do next is, you'll see our demo data has imported and set up a number of different menu items for us. So the shop, which links nowhere at the moment, actually, we're going to hook that up to a proper link shortly. So you'll see these are all just placeholders. And you'll see that this is our hero image area here. We'd see that there's a store notification area. Then we've got 3 panels which represent kind of key calls to action. And then we have some demo products which are just using gray placeholders. Of course, a little bit later on in this tutorial, we're going to rip all these out and bring in our dropshipping catalog items. But this is just a really useful way of just seeing how things are placed in the theme and just to get a better understanding of how our homepage works. And then just underneath that, you'll see we've got, key unique selling points about our store, which we'll want to customize with some of our own content and replace the demo content with something more meaningful, offer of the week. And again, most popular, brand, panel, and a footer. So all fairly standard things that one would expect to see in an e-commerce store, but instead of having to spend a couple of hours figuring out what to do, you'll see it comes straight out of the box with the demo data. You're literally saving yourself days and days of work here, really, in terms of what needs to be done. Okay, so just back into our WP admin, which I have somewhere hiding here. And we're going to go back to WooCommerce settings. Okay, so now what you want to do, if you haven't populated any of this data yet, you can run the setup wizard. If you remember, a little bit earlier in this tutorial, we dismissed the WooCommerce setup wizard, which was because we didn't need that time. Now, you don't need to use the setup wizard. You can go ahead and fill out all your WooCommerce settings manually if you wish. Let's just jump back into the setup wizard just to see how it works. So you'll find, if you've dismissed it earlier on, you're wondering how to get back to it, you click Help, and then you'll see the setup wizard is here. So let's launch it, and you'll be prompted to fill out some key information about your store. So I'm in Ireland, so I'm going to choose Ireland, but please, by all means, choose your own location. And Dublin is my state. 8, 5, 3, 4. Your own location is important, believe it or not, especially if you're getting into things like shipping and being able to figure out shipping costs from your current location. I'm going to choose, for this store, we're selling in dollars. But the location will be important for you to figure out if you're moving from your own location. So what type of products do you plan on selling? I plan to sell both physical and digital products. That's correct for us. Probably just physical initially, but we'll definitely be doing digital in terms of gift vouchers and things like that. So we'll choose physical and digital. I will also be selling products to a person. We won't, but if you were, that's a good option to select at this point. Usage tracking is up to you. I'm going to leave this on. If you're paranoid, or you have legal reasons to not share data anonymously with WooCommerce, you could go ahead and uncheck that. But for now, we're good. So let's go. Yeah, so in terms of the next step is our payment gateway. So this is how you will accept payments from your customers. So I would recommend that you activate both Stripe and PayPal. I'm going to also activate for now a number of these options here. I'm going to activate cash on delivery and bank transfers. And these are quite useful just in the initial stages of setting up your store, just for testing. So for each of these gateways, if you don't already have a PayPal account or a Stripe account, you'll need to go and set those up. Process is reasonably straightforward for both. PayPal's is probably slightly easier process to get set up and running with. And Stripe is a little bit more involved, only in that you need a depending on your country, you may or may not be able to use Stripe. So you'll need to look at that. PayPal is probably accepted and is available to more merchants around the world. But certainly if Stripe is available in your location, you absolutely should set it up in that it's a much better user experience on the front end for the user who wishes to pay by credit card rather than PayPal. So generally I'd recommend both if possible. So yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll set up Stripe with this email address and PayPal. I'm wondering if this one will work, but let's see. We'll go ahead and we'll continue. So what this is going to do, you can see it's also going to install. This is the benefit of the wizard. It's going to install a number of other WooCommerce extensions for us, namely the Stripe gateway, WooCommerce services, Jetpack, and the PayPal gateway, which is cool. Okay, so next important one is shipping. So WooCommerce, like a lot of other e-commerce software, relies on shipping zones. And zones are essentially one of the most complex part of any e-commerce site is figuring out how you're going to manage your shipping costs. So if your goods happen to be quite bulky and are going and you're selling on a global basis, your shipping costs can get very expensive very quickly. Now with dropshipping, it's slightly different. And we'll come back to that a little bit later on. But certainly if you are selling your own product and you're shipping the product from your own premises to users around the world, you're going to want to spend a good bit of time figuring out the most cost-effective way of managing your shipping. It's certainly the one thing that can make or break the profitability of your store. So for now, we're going to leave shipping at flat rate, and we're going to set a cost of $10. And for locations that are not in Ireland, we're going to set a flat rate of $20 just for simplicity. That's too expensive, but you know, we're going to come back and change this a little bit later on. And given we're in Ireland, we're going to work off metric, but certainly if you're based in the US, you may wish to use pounds and inches or yards. But for us, we're going to stick with grams and centimeters. So we hit continue. Now, last two options here. So this one, taxes. Taxes are becoming the most complicated part of running a modern e-commerce business. But we're not going to use the WooCommerce Services Automated Taxes extension for now. We'll come back to maybe taxes in another part of this tutorial. MailChimp, we will use. Building a mailing list is probably one of the most effective things you can do to grow your audience very quickly on an e-commerce store. So yeah, we'll install the MailChimp for WooCommerce extension. Hit continue. Now, Jetpack is a very controversial plugin. A lot of people in the WordPress community don't like Jetpack because they believe it does too many things. It's a bit slow. It's a bit bulky. My personal experience with Jetpack is mixed, but I do recommend it for new stores. I think you get a lot more value out of it. than any other disadvantages that might be there. So I would recommend that you install and configure Jetpack. You will get some benefits in terms of security. It certainly helps with performance, store monitoring. So yeah, I mean, it's worth doing. I'm going to ignore it just for this part because I don't want to have to go and set up another Jetpack account right now. But certainly do if you're starting off with commerce. It's worth looking at installing. So for now, we'll skip. So now we're ready to start selling. Just really quickly, we're going to create a product just to show you what the WooCommerce UI looks like. And let's put in best earphones for, let me just dismiss this, for jogging. So we have a product title. Our product description, not very imaginative right now. And it's going to be a simple product. So you can see regular price might be, oh, I don't know, let's say $14.99, and our sale price, if we want one, be $12.99. And it's not virtual, it's real. Inventory, let's give it a scoop. Yeah, we want to manage stock. Let's say there's 100 of them in stock. Back orders, if you want to allow people to order your product when it's not in stock, you would switch this on, but notify the customer. I personally would recommend for a new store not to allow back orders. So you don't want to, if you're running, especially if you're drop shipping, you don't want to basically give false impressions and set a bad initial user experience. Low stock threshold, so you get stock notifications, and that's about it for that one. We're not going to get too much into shipping classes today. Just keep things simple for now. Upsells, cross-sells, we don't need right now. This is our first product that we're entering. Attributes is going to be an important one that we'll come back to in the later part of this tutorial. And reviews we'll leave switched on. So, and then this is short description. Okay, you can see some categories have already been set up when we imported our initial demo data. But if we wanted to set up another category here called earphones, we can do that right from the product screen. And we might want to add a child category. Let's say jogging underneath that. Let's add it in. And we're going to put that in here. And we might also want to tag it, maybe with a slightly different word, running, active, use tags again, and we'll discuss tag strategy in some other tutorial. And then finally we have images. So I don't actually have any. Let's just, again, this is purely demonstration purposes. So let's just take some demo images. These aren't great images, but we're only doing this for that's a WebP. It's probably not good to us. Why don't we just head back over to AliExpress and do it manually. Just for the moment. As you can see how painful it is to do it manually. Okay, so let's just pull down. You can actually just grab the, oops, hold on. Just gonna grab this. Oh, why don't we just grab another one? Yeah, cool. That'll do it for now on that one, and let's just grab this one too. Okay, so remember these are just test images. So let's upload those now. So you want to set your product image to be the main hero shot for that product, which is the, let's pick one. I'm spending way too much time on this. Let's pull up, yeah, this guy. And then our gallery, we can add in as many images as we want in the actual gallery. Right now we're just adding one image. And that's our first product that we've manually created. You can go and have a look and see what that looks like now. And there it is. You can see our title, see our regular price, our sale price, our short description, our stock levels, add to cart obviously, which has been optimized for, you know, even using green as a really good positive call to action. You can see here some data, some key points that we add in as part of Shoptimizer. Key messages just to reinforce, you know, in commercial intent, safe checkout, the wish list is there. Here's our images that we've just uploaded, taken from our AliExpress example. All very simple. And then obviously a longer description would appear here, our SKU information, our categories. All done. You can go ahead and add that to your cart. Goes to the cart screen. See again, has been optimized for. We've got a progress bar, which isn't in WooCommerce by default. And we can proceed to checkout. Now on the checkout at the moment, our payment gateways haven't been fully configured yet. So we probably just want to do direct bank transfer. But we don't need to go through all the way through the test order. You can see this is really just to show you the simple process of adding a test product and creating a category as we do it. So now we've configured, let's just go back in. So the wizard would have picked up a lot of the things that we want to set up in settings. Let's just check and see if there's anything else that's important. Excuse me. That all looks good. Our product settings, that's all good. Yeah, all good. Again, you want to go through each of these settings yourself. Make sure that they all match up with your specific requirements. Shipping, our zones are here that we saw in the wizard. They've now been entered into our payment gateways. For now, I'm actually going to switch off the PayPal checkout just because we've not configured PayPal here right now. You can see there's a hell of a lot of other gateways now being added as a result of the plugins we've installed. Accounts and privacy. So there's a ton of options here about how you can facilitate checkouts for your users, and there's a few here I think are worth tweaking, and some defaults don't really make sense in WooCommerce. So first one being, so guest checkouts allow customers to place orders without an account. That is a good idea purely just because forcing users to create accounts can lead to lower conversion rates, that's for sure. So that's an important one. Allow customers to log in to an existing account during checkout. That really should be active by default, because if you're a repeat customer, you want your repeat customers to be able to log in easily during checkout. This is particularly important, obviously, for order tracking, if you've got loyalty schemes in place with your customers, and also important to you as a store owner, because you want your customers to register so that you're able to basically, it's really, really important for things like establishing the average lifetime value of your customers, the average order value of your customers. So a ton of metrics that you'll become very familiar with over a long period of time. If your customers are all on guest checkouts, it's quite hard to identify some of that data in WooCommerce, because WooCommerce doesn't actually have the notion of a customer. Customers in WooCommerce are actually WordPress users, would you believe? So it's actually quite tricky. Like if you look here in WooCommerce, you'll see that there's actually no entity called customers. which is a bit of a surprise for some people who've maybe used Shopify or BigCommerce or Magento in the past. And a customer is essentially a user role in WordPress. So it's a little bit of a different thing to get used to. Now, it's not the end of the world. There's ways and means of working around it, but it does mean that it can take a little bit of getting used to just understanding, where do my customers live? Now, you'll see them when you go into orders. You'll be able to access the actual customer data once we start putting some orders through here. But just if you're looking for where your customers live, they're actually users in WordPress. Now, so some other things we want to do in here: allow customers to create their own account during checkout. Yes, we do want that. Allow customers to create an account on the My Account page. No, we don't really need somebody doing that. There's no value to that right now. Create account, automatically generate username, password from the customer's email address. I think that's a wise choice. When creating an account, automatically generate an account password. This one's a controversial one. So for some stores, the act of asking the customer to enter a password can become a barrier to the sale, particularly with WordPress, where password complexity requirements by default are quite complex. So I often say leave this option on to save your users from having to enter a password during checkout. The problem with that is that in some parts of the world, and in fact, in most parts of the world, it's not really a good idea to activate this option, purely just because it means that your customers are now going to get their passwords sent via email. And that in of itself is a bit of a controversial one, because it means that the password is being sent over an insecure protocol email and is effectively then available in clear text in their account. So some security experts, and they're right, would say it's not really best practice from a security perspective, but equally, it is a good practice from a conversion optimization perspective. So one of the things you're going to face all the time with e-commerce is you're going to have conflicting advice from security versus usability versus conversion optimization. And you're really, as the store owner, fighting a battle between those three different things, because rarely do they align, quite frankly. And, this one, I don't really like. The security expert conscious person part of me doesn't like leaving this active, but the conversion optimization part of me really does like leaving it active, because we've seen when you switch it off and force users to enter their own passwords, they can sometimes get caught up in the process of trying to figure out a secure password. So for now, I'm going to leave it on, but really something that you need to think about yourself and make your own decisions about whether you should have password generation on or off. Okay, so account erasure requests. So again, WooCommerce has lots of GDPR compliance features now built in. So if a customer requests for their data to be removed from an account erasure request, personal data can be scrubbed from their orders, which is important for GDPR. We're just going to remove access to downloads as well. So there'll be other pages in here, like your privacy policy, which is obviously important now and ties in, especially if you're subject to GDPR, and who isn't, let's face it, these days. And yeah, I mean, there's some, we're just going to go save those changes we've made now. Emails, you'll want to look through those and make sure most of the defaults in WooCommerce are pretty good, actually. And I rarely change them initially, but certainly you want to look through them, maybe localize them if you're in a non-English speaking location. And here's the final settings screen, is our page setup. So again, most of these have been set up and pointed to the right place by the wizard and part of the initial installation process, but you just want to check them. Certainly here, terms hasn't been set. You want to set that up if you haven't already done it. Let's just save. REST API and the webhooks, we're not going to go near today. It's beyond the scope of this tutorial. Okay, and the last thing you want to do, just before you really get down the rabbit hole of building out your stores, you just want to go into status in WooCommerce itself. WooCommerce status. This is a really useful screen because it gives you a ton of debug data about your store and about your WooCommerce installation. So typically on Cloudways, you'll find that most of these will have green ticks next to them. If they don't, it's worth paying attention to seeing whether they are important or not. So for example, you can see we're running PHP 7 here by default. We're going to bump that up, which we can do in Cloudways actually. Maybe we'll do that right now. And where is our, do we have our platform page open? No, we don't. Let's just do it really quickly so you can see it. Let me go get my login details. Logging back into Cloudways. So we click into applications, head sends direct. And let's just check and make sure that our version of PHP that we're using is a little bit more modern. Actually, some of these settings, we'll just double check them while we're here. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. Now, services are all up, which is good. Perfect. Yes. So to switch, we're going to switch right to PHP 7.2. Yeah, we're happy that all our WooCommerce, WordPress, pretty much all modern WooCommerce and WordPress plugins and extensions are all compatible with 7.2 now. Really should be. Honestly, if something isn't compatible with 7.2 now, it's probably not a good sign. So yeah, this will switch over to 7.2. It's a hell of a lot faster than 7.0 as well. So there's been a huge performance strides made with PHP in the last 5 years. Certainly the jump to 7.0 was a big jump from 5.6. And, you know, 7.1 again was another big jump, as was 7.2. So really in terms of performance and getting the most out of WooCommerce and WordPress, you really should be using PHP 7.2 by now. So again, with some hosting companies, this can be a bit of a tricky process to figure out. You can see here in Cloudways, it's a simple case just going into the package settings, selecting the newer version of PHP and just waiting for the package to be updated. Again, if you are managing your own server, yes, you can do this. You can, you know, get familiar with, if you're a Ubuntu user, get familiar with apt and start up in updating individual PHP Ubuntu libraries and all sorts of stuff, and it can take, sometimes can be a pretty simple process, but if you hit problems with it, you know, it can take time. It can take days to fix. So really just doing it this way just simplifies your life significantly, but also gives you control over the process too. So if you want to use 7.0 for whatever reason, or want to use 7.1, it's a simple process to go in and change and control the version of PHP that you're using. So we're just going to wait a minute here while the upgrade process finishes. Okay, so we're over to 7.2 now, which is cool. MySQL. You may wish to switch to MariaDB. Again, it's, you know, I would probably have a slight personal preference for MariaDB now. It doesn't really make much difference whether you do. I mean, some people have a philosophical preference for MariaDB, which is a direct drop-in replacement for MySQL. But for the purpose of simplicity, I will probably stick with MySQL for now. But yeah, if you wish to change to MariaDB, you can see you can do it from here. Okay, so back over, and you can see now in WordPress, in our WooCommerce status panel, you can see now we're using PHP 7.2. The MySQL version here, you'll see it's flagging as a warning, maybe to switch up to 5.6 as a minimum version. I've not seen huge problems with 5.5, but again, you can do that from Cloudways, so maybe actually we will switch up to 5.7. Oh, okay. So you can see actually here's a good one. So direct upgrade from 5.5 to 5.7 is not supported. Yes, okay. Now look, this is why I originally didn't want it. It's going to take too long. So right now we won't. We'll cancel that. But certainly you could make the jump up from 5.6 to 5.7 or switch over to MariaDB 10. Yeah, you can see. Look, it's not a. It's a managed upgrade from here, so I wouldn't worry about it. It's a pretty straightforward process from Cloudways perspective, but we're not going to do it right now just for the purposes of time constraints. Okay, so there's a few other what would be essentially red flags here, which is that some of our extensions haven't been tested with the active version of WooCommerce. So now the reliability of these red flags is questionable because most of these plugins are tried and tested, battle tested plugins, in some cases by WooCommerce themselves, and they would test all of their extensions with every major new version of WooCommerce. So, but certainly you should pay attention to any extensions that haven't been updated maybe in quite some time. That's certainly worth doing and making sure they do work with your version of WooCommerce. Okay, so right now I'm pretty happy where we're at with our main WooCommerce installation. We're going to move forward with the next part of the tutorial, which is to get stuck into how we're actually going to set up our dropshipping store. Okay, so to recap, we've got our headsoundsdirect.com store set up running WooCommerce and WordPress. We've got our Shoptimizer theme installed and set up where we've got our nice homepage. We've customized our logo and we've just created something very quickly. If you need to get your own logo, we recommend heading over to somewhere like Fiverr, which can get you some logos and branding work done very cost effectively. We've then gone in and configured in WooCommerce many of the settings that you need to do for a new store. So we've set up payment gateways, we put in our store address. We've made sure also that we're running the latest version of PHP 7.2. So now we're ready to actually get set up and running and figure out, well, how are we actually going to set up WooCommerce for dropshipping? Now, there are a ton of ways that you can set up WooCommerce for dropshipping. And one of the best ways, certainly the best way that I've found, is to use a plugin called AliDropship. Now, AliDropship is quite an advanced piece of kit. And what it does is it makes the process of getting your products from AliExpress into WooCommerce a very, very simple and easy to execute process. And it's a WooCommerce extension. And what we need to do is, it's a paid plugin, okay? So it's a one-off fee. And if we click the buy now option, you'll see that it typically costs $89 for a one-time payment, which is, when you think about it, for what you're getting in terms of the amount of time that it'll save you, is a drop in the ocean, really. It's a very, very small amount of money in terms of initial upfront investment in your dropshipping store, and it's incredibly full featured. There's a ton of other competing services now. The problem with most of the others now is they tend to be SaaS services where you're going to be paying an ongoing monthly fee. So certainly in terms of anybody getting started or at any level of dropshipping with WooCommerce using AliExpress, AliDropship is definitely the best way to go. So if we want to buy the plugin, we head over to the buy page, and what you'll find is when I go to the order screen, we have a coupon code available for AliDropship, and the code is Guru's Drop, and that'll get you 10% off. So you can get it right now. AliDropship, you can get it for just over $80 with the code Guru's Drop. So thanks to AliDropship for giving us the great discount for you guys. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually place an order, and I'm obviously not going to share my card details with you guys, so I'll continue the video on the next confirmation screen when we have our AliDropship download file and license key. So we've completed payment. We're back on the confirmation page. Now, there's a license key that is blurred out on screen right now, and obviously that's blurred out for obvious reasons. So once you've purchased your own copy, you'll get a license key, and you'll also get the option to download 2 plugins. All right, so you've got the 7.2 version, 7.1. So depending on your version of PHP, pick the right version. Please note you should have PHP 7.1 and the Ion Cube loader activated on your hosting provider. So we're just going to go ahead and download the 7.2 version. And we're going to head back over to WordPress, and to upload the plugin, we go to plugins and add new and upload. Actually, one moment, just while I actually get the plugin. Okay, so upload. And where are you? Oh yeah, up one. Here we are. Install now. You should see this only takes the time it takes for the plugin to upload. So we're at 38% here. It's nearly there now. It's flying along. And as you'll see on the confirmation screen, we've got a number of different plugins that that are available. And actually, I've just realized I have made the same mistake that I was just about to tell you guys not to make, which is, so there are two plugins. There's the AliDropship WordPress plugin, and there's the AliDropship WooCommerce plugin. This is the one that we want. So let me actually download and install that one. Okay, so I've downloaded AliDropship WooCommerce. Head back over to Head Sounds, and we'll try that again. So this time we want the Woo one. Yeah, so just watch that. It's an easy mistake to make. Just so you're aware, the WordPress plugin, what's different about that one is it doesn't rely on WooCommerce at all, which is it's a decent solution if you've never used WooCommerce before and you don't think you'll need some of the key benefits of WooCommerce. The WordPress plugin version is fine. It's not for me. I personally prefer the WooCommerce version. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of using any of the WooCommerce themes in the WooCommerce ecosystem. So that alone is probably the main reason I'd recommend not using the WordPress plugin. So let's just activate the WooCommerce one now. And you'll see after we activate the plugin, we go to AliDropship Woo. First thing we want to do is put our key in. So our key, which I again have blurred out, I'll copy back in here. I'll activate, and we're activated. So let's just have a look around in settings. So we've a built-in currency switcher, which is pretty cool. Works very simple. You can see here, it deploys as a widget. You can put it anywhere in your sidebar. It's a currency switcher is a really good feature to have. Default currency is US if we're using the currency switcher most of the time. I would recommend using the cache if you do deploy it. Right now, we're not going to use a currency switcher just for speed of getting set up, but definitely is worth one to have a look at. We've the quick edit product panel, which is enabled by default, and images and reviews. I certainly recommend having images in reviews switched on by default. It adds a little bit more weight to the page in terms of speed, but images are a really important part of product reviews on a modern e-commerce store. So I would recommend leaving it on. If we go back to pricing, you'll see one of the things that really becomes a very useful feature when managing a dropshipping store is having pricing markup formulas. So this really means that rather than managing the price of individual products in your catalog, you can set up a pricing formula to apply markup calculations to the base wholesale price that you're getting it from AliExpress. This can save a ton of time. And we'll come back to that in a more in a later part of the tutorial. And you can see then we've got our attribute settings. If you want to basically disable these, you can knock it off. Suffice to say, you can add in, if you want to have additional product variations, with text for those and colors, you can set these from here. And of course, a good idea is to back up your settings and export them, especially if you're setting up multiple stores and you want to set them up in a similar way. Okay. So before we do anything else with AliDropship and AliExpress, one thing we should do, if you were following along from the earlier parts of the tutorial, you would have imported our Shoptimizer demo data products. Now is a good time to clean them out, right? We don't need them anymore. They were just for testing purposes, just for us to kick the tires in WooCommerce. Let's go get rid of them. So head over to products and hit bulk actions, select everything and move to trash. Obviously, before you do this, make sure you're on the right website if you manage a few different WooCommerce installations. And we're just going to clean them out of trash now as well. So empty trash. Okay, so our product catalog is nice and clean now and ready for, I'm just going to ignore Jetpack for the moment. Right, so what we want to do, very, very, very first thing we're going to need is we're going to need to install our AliExpress, our AliDropship Chrome extension. And to install the Chrome extension, AliDropship Chrome extension, just Google it, find it in the Chrome web store. Go ahead, hit add to Chrome and add extension. And what you'll find, assuming you're logged into Chrome, which you'll need to be to install extensions, you'll find a new AliDropship Chrome extension has been added. Now, when I go back to AliExpress, just going to refresh that in a new window, you'll see this new AliDropship banner here appear at the top of AliExpress, right? So it's kind of guiding you to start importing products into your store. Please go to AliExpress category or product page, right? So what we'll do is we'll go back to our earphones. Okay. Now, let me just move some stuff around here on the screen. Sorry, bear with me one moment. Just move that over there ever so slightly. Okay, that's a bit better. Now you can see all the categories. Right, so let's start off in earphones and headphones, which is where most of our products are going to come from. Now, what you'll also see is that AliExpress has added, or sorry, I keep confusing those two things. AliDropship, rather, has added a little green banner that you see appearing above certain products on AliExpress. And that actually is really, really useful and important, because one of the things about dropshipping from AliExpress or any of the major China-based dropshipping sites is that shipping timeframes can be a major problem. It can take a long time for product to ship from China. Any item that has an e-packet flag on it offers far quicker shipping. In some cases, shipping may come from a warehouse either in the US, or in the case of Europe, there are a number of European warehouses as well. So for some items, it's not a concern. For some larger, bulkier items where consumers are happier to wait for longer delivery time frames, it's not an issue. But in an age where Amazon and Amazon Prime and next day delivery, and in some cases in some parts of the world same day delivery exists, customers are extremely impatient naturally now. So you want to basically ensure that any items that you are setting up, in most cases, in any items you're setting up, make sure that e-packet is available. That's just a really important thing just to bear in mind if you're first getting started. So I like the look of these guys. Let's go and have a look. I mean, I just think it's a very Very affordable product. It's got super feedback. It's got a lot of orders. Can't go wrong, really. So now, one thing we didn't do, actually, let's just do it now, is we didn't authorize headphones, head sounds. So what we want to do is just grab, bear with me one moment. Forgot to authorize. Just couldn't remember the URL, so grabbed it there now. Okay. So we need to log in, which is cool. We authorize, and we'll be authorized. So let's just refresh again now, make sure that, yeah, okay, perfect. So for this product, let's just have a look down and make sure that there's not lots of nice imagery for it. Yeah. Good content to work with. It's a good product. I really like it. Okay, so we want to go ahead and import this into Head Sounds Direct. So what do we do? So the first thing we do is we nicely have from earlier, while we deleted our products, we left our categories in place. So we've got a jogging category. So I'm going to go ahead and import these in-ear earphones by clicking the import button. Now, when I hit the import button, what's happening is AliDropship is essentially scraping the content that appears on the AliExpress product page and getting it ready for import. Now, we go back. Let's just make sure it got it. Yeah, it definitely did. So let's go take a look at our product in WooCommerce. So I head back over to Head Sounds, go back into products. What you'll see now is that the Langston in-ear earphone product has been imported into WooCommerce. So that's pretty cool. So instead of having to enter in all the product attributes like we did earlier on with our simple test product that before we deleted it, AliDropship has sucked all the details for this product straight into WooCommerce, saving us a ton of time if we had to have manually inserted all this content. You can see it's been assigned the jogging category, just like we did from within AliDropship. You can see all the images that were associated with the item have been sucked straight into the description field. We can see that our featured images here. We can see our product gallery is here. So everything's come straight in, which is a really, really nifty, quick way of getting things set up. And you'll see also the data we looked at earlier on that we created has also been populated. So the SKU, stock management, the quantity has been set. So for example, if I want to set the stock quantity to be a little bit lower, maybe say 20, you can go ahead and change that, just to introduce some scarcity. Could leave low stock threshold 2. You can see the number of orders placed. We should leave that in place just to show people that there's actually demand for the product. Just looking down through the shipping, you can see all our shipping data has been pulled in. We're going to link up some of these a little bit later on so we can have upsells and cross sells, which are really useful. What I like to do sometimes is maybe reorder some of the attributes. One, for example, which quite commonly is a good idea to remove, would be the brand name. Seeing as we're trying to push Head Sounds Direct as a brand in of itself, there's probably no need to be promoting Langdon. Drop shipping and wholesale support. Yeah, I think we should get rid of that. So yeah, I mean, most of these are fine. Most of these will make sense. Most of them are very useful. You may spot the odd one that doesn't make sense. Now, also be careful if you're removing some attributes that are used for variations. Just make sure, for example, if I go into variations here now, you'll see that color is used as a variation. So we don't really want to delete that particular attribute. So just be careful which attributes you remove. You can see supplier data, and you might want to tweak some of this. The other interesting one is reviews. So reviews are obviously essential for social proof for the items that you're selling in your store. So now it's up to you as to what the minimum threshold for minimum ratings. Given that this product has so many 5-star reviews, setting the min rating to be only 5 stars probably makes sense. Review count up to 20. By all means, feel free to extend this if you wish. Translate into English. We're primarily targeting the US, so we'll do that. Send reviews to draft. That's useful if you want to moderate the reviews before you actually import them from AliExpress. We'll go ahead and do that. Ignore images when import review. The language could be a little bit better. Yeah, I mean, you can ignore images if you wish. I think reviews with images are really, really useful. I don't think they have to be the only source of reviews, so we'll leave this unchecked. And upload images to your server. Now, depending on the volume of reviews that you're importing and the size of your server, you may or may not wish to do this. I usually have a preference to host images directly on our own server. It's useful in terms of if the image ever gets deleted from AliExpress or is loaded unsecurely, you can run into some issues. Since we're on a single 1 gig machine with Cloudways, I'm not going to select this at the moment, but that's up to you. So we go ahead and hit import now. We'll see that again. Our little preloader is kicking in, which means that AliDropship is going back to AliExpress and grabbing the reviews for this item. So after about 10 or 15 seconds, the reviews were imported successfully. And now I'm just going to go ahead and hit save, publish. And at this point, this product is now live on our store. So let's go and have a quick look at it. So you can see now our product title, our price range, depending on our variations, our colors, and you'll see very nicely that our featured image switches as we switch colors. Oh, that looks really good. You can see obviously if there were different prices for different SKUs, they would also switch. You note I haven't changed any pricing yet, which we're going to come back to in just a couple of minutes. And you can see our full gallery is appearing here. And let me just continue down the page. Again, our safe checkout messaging is here. Our description. All the images that are on AliExpress are now on our site. Looking really good. Really good. And if we just go back up, we should also see our reviews. Oh, actually we're not, because I think we may have set them to be in draft mode. Again, we can see the additional information. All those attributes on the product are here. Let's just go back into WooCommerce and let us have a look in comments. So yeah, we set our reviews to draft. So yeah, we can moderate these and approve them as and when we require. So cool headphones, this is good. I'll let that one go live. Headphone description, play for this price is quite high quality. Not the best English, but let's go with it. Thank you, very good. Additional line ears, that's good. Hard to put in ears, always dropping off. Okay, so not a great review, so we probably won't publish that one. This is just a WordPress comment here. Yeah, it's a good review. That's good. Yeah, we'll go with that one too. Super ears and money, I loved it. Did not communicate with. Description, happy 200%. Okay, not great English, but we'll go with it. Headphones for nothing. Yep, perfect. Good. Now you can see I'm manually approving each of these. You don't have to do it manually. So what we can do is we can just select multiple reviews here. Let's just do a few more. Yeah, these are all, no, we'll skip that. Yeah, okay, we'll allow it. Yeah. Okay, so what we can do is our bulk actions, we can hit approve and apply, and they will go live straight away. So obviously I could keep going and approve some more, but if I just go back now and show you that our reviews are now published. So straight away, we have a fantastic stream of data showing good quality reviews with images on most of them, showing the product. And you may, look, it's up to you. You may decide some of the images aren't appropriate. If you're hiding brand names, for example, and you see some images in some reviews with a brand name, you may wish to get rid of it, which you can do. You can edit the review if you wish. And now, one other thing we'll do, so just go back into the product here, is the name of the product is a little bit too long. I'm not against long product names, especially if they're rich in good quality keywords that are related to the product that we're trying to sell. But I'm just going to go back in and clean it up just a little bit. So, excuse me, let's just go back and say in-ear earphone. Let's actually separate those. Capitalization is good. In-ear earphones. Let's get rid of, yeah, it's a little bit too wordy. Let's just say good quality earphones. And let me just go back and check and see some of the other specs on the product. Good quality. I'm going to say wired earphones in this case, because some people, actually, believe it or not, still prefer wired earphones, especially if they're going on long runs and don't want to be relying on Bluetooth connections, which may not last a full run. Good quality wired earphones. Good quality. Perfect for long runs. And what we're going to do as well is we're also going to tweak the slug or the permalink. So we're going to say, we're going to call this wired earphones. I'm not doing this very well. So wired running earphones. And we're just going to hit update. So you'll see I'm using jogging here. I'm using running here. So I'm using words that are contextually relevant. We'll just go back now and see what we've done here. Good quality wired earphones, perfect for long runs. I'm pretty happy with that now. Another really useful feature of AliDropship is the image editor. So we can actually start to tweak some of the content of the image here. So if we wanted to say blur out parts of this image, which blurring actually is probably not really what we want to do, but if we wanted to make an effect and say reduce the brightness a little bit, we might want to increase the contrast to bring out the color a little bit more. And yeah, sepia is okay. It's the saturation, all right. Now, obviously, you don't want to mess around with the product too much, otherwise people will be upset that it doesn't match what they purchased. But you know, a little bit of touching up isn't the end of the world. If you want to tweak sizing and cropping, you can do it from here. If you want to move parts of the image, that's something you can do. If you want to actually use a brush, which can be really useful if you want to get rid of, say, the logo here. You may wish to leave the logo. I mean, the logo is not something that you may wish. Sorry, the logo is not something that you have to remove. Again, for this particular dropshipping site, I think having the brand head sounds direct is a net positive. So for me, that's my personal preference. But look, it's up to you. You'll see now that our Langsam is gone. The other thing you want to do as well, and you'll see, is that the long description has been populated, but our short description is not. So we want to come up with something simple here and say ideal wired earphones Let's say, actually we'll tweak it and say good quality wired earphones that are perfect for long runs. Now that's a pretty short description, but just let me show you where that populates is in here. So you might want to pick out, again, depending on your product, we could add in something to the effect of, to say, let's go back down. We could add in something along the line, say, choose from a wide range of colors. Again, if you're targeting a US market, you want to make sure you're using OR instead of OUR. Wide range of colors. We can also say, let's have a look and see what else we've got here. Excellent sound at a low price. Okay, so I'm happy enough now with that as a short description. So this product's pretty much ready to go, and you can see how much time did that take us. Not a lot of time for what we've ended up with, which is a pretty detailed product description page. Now, the way we imported that product was, if you remember, let's just go back to AliExpress. We hit the import button, which was up here before I imported it. Let me just show you another really useful way of importing products from AliExpress using AliDropship. So let's say that I want to now import, let's have a look and see what else we've got here, which is pretty good. Oh, I like these guys. Yeah, another super product. Man, there's some good stuff here from AliExpress. So again, we want the jogging category, and these are obviously much more appropriate for jogging even than the last pair we said. Now, instead of hitting the import button, let's hit the edit button. And let's see what we see now. So now we've actually got our WooCommerce categories right within AliExpress. So you can see we can actually do some tweaks to the product description before we import the product into HeadSense, which is even better and saves us a bit more time. So here's all our images. We can now see down below, you can see our variations. We can set some pricing, which we're going to talk a bit about more in a minute. And we can actually then decide on the item specifics. We can choose, are we going to bring all these in? Let's have a look. Frequency, resistance. Yeah, we can get rid of maybe the model number. It's going to confuse people with our SKU. Brand name. Where did I see brand name? iBessie. Let's get rid of brand name. And anything else that we want to remove. This looks good. This looks good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So we can then hit the publish button. And now you can see in the background, a product is also being added to WooCommerce. You can see the upload of images is happening in the background. And if I just go back now, that's actually, sorry, let's just wait for it to finish. Where are we? Okay, we're done. Let's go back into WooCommerce. And now you can see our product is imported. Again, let's maybe tweak the title. Bluetooth earphone, sport, wireless headphone, Bluetooth headset, hands-free for mic. Okay, that's a bit of a mouthful. Let's go with a simplified title and say wireless Bluetooth earphones. And maybe let's just leave it at that for now. Wireless Bluetooth earphones. And our images are okay. Yeah, no branding to remove from them this time. Again, SKU data, let's maybe change stock quantity down to 30. Orders, we're going to leave the same. Now what I'll do here actually now is I'll bring in our other product, which was, if I just type, say, good quality, should find it straight away. And we'll make that an upsell. Actually, not really an upsell, it's more of a cross-sell. Believe it or not, plenty of people like to buy maybe a Bluetooth set for jogging, short runs, and a wired set for longer runs. So it is a valid cross-sell. I'm going to leave the description for now. Let's just bring in our reviews again. As you can see, didn't bring in the brand, which we didn't want to bring in, which is cool. Let's just suck in some reviews while we're here. This time I'm actually just going to let the reviews auto-publish. I'll just import them. Now, while that's happening, let me just step over into a separate window and actually open up a different part of AliDropship. So there's some other settings here which are really important to examine and ensure they're set up the way you want them. So for example, I go to settings and I look at order fulfillment. If I look at product images, by default, AliDropship sets, I think, pretty much all of these to be pulled directly from AliExpress. And I would advise actually that you don't do that. For a number of different reasons. We can enable some plugins in WordPress and WooCommerce that help to preload images, that help to optimize them using Jetpack. Again, we look at our tutorial on Shoptimizer and how to make it really, really fast. So actually storing the images on our own server might actually cut down on a bit of load time. So I actually enable all of these. That's just an important setting. By default, in AliDropship, these are not selected. So the images would be coming directly from AliExpress. So just enable those. Let's have a look back and see how our reviews being imported. Yeah, looks like they have. Let's go ahead and update. And let's have a look. Okay, so again, straight away, very quickly, we've got a pretty comprehensive product description page for this product. You can see stock variations are switching, stock levels is changing on a per variation level, so you might want to go and tweak these at the SKU level. Again, if you're not sure where to do that, let me show you. So down at the variation level, we can expand them all. You can see at this level, you can quickly change stock quantities. Okay, you might want to vary these a little bit and save changes. That's done. Okay, I'm happier with that now. Again, so we've got two great products pretty quickly. Now there is a feature, and you can see also related products are now starting to populate for that given category. Something in WooCommerce just to watch out with. You basically have three things at a product level. You've got upsells, cross-sells, and related products. Upsells and cross-sells you can set at the individual product level. Where are we? Linked products here. These two. And related products you can't. Related products are generated automatically. It's one thing that catches out people sometimes. So this list of products that gets populated down here isn't our upsells or cross-sells. Upsells appear on the shopping cart, and cross-sells will actually appear down here once we've populated enough of them. But related products are actually generated automatically by WooCommerce, and typically how it works is using a combination of categories and tags. It generates a list of products here. So once we start to populate these a little bit more in later tutorials, you'll see that, but just to mention it in passing as we go. Right, so the other thing in AliDropship that we want to set is our pricing strategy. So if we actually go in to settings, go to pricing, if you'll remember, our pricing right now is taking the wholesale price from AliExpress, which obviously we don't want to do. We ain't going to make any money that way. So one of the things that you can do really quickly to get up and running, you may wish to tweak this, is you can actually, when you go into the pricing markup formula, you can add the recommended price bands from AliDropship. And this is really useful. You'll see basically here is that for low cost items, we're taking the cost value and we're adding markup of $7.95. You can see then as we start to go up in price, we're adjusting our pricing algorithm accordingly. So our margins are lowering as we get to higher value items, which makes sense because if we were just doubling the price of a $100 item, we'd be making it too expensive. Whereas at lower prices here between $5 and $30, we're doing cost by 2. So you might want to tweak these bands, but these are pretty good solid bands. You can easily add additional formulas here by tweaking, or you can actually add in your own formula from scratch. You can move them around quite easily. So it's a very useful user interface for your pricing strategy. So I'm going to go ahead and save. So our formula's been saved. The other thing you probably want to do, just from a psychological perspective, is to round prices up or down, as the case may be. That's up to you. You can also assign a cent value. So for example, you might want to round prices to a, like say 1999 instead of 1994, for example, and we can save that. Okay, so again, pricing is something that you're going to need to spend some time probably experimenting with to see what the best price is that you can achieve for a given product. So if we go back now, let me just check in. Yeah, so if we now bring in, let's go back over to AliExpress. And okay, so there's one or two other things that are of interest here with AliExpress. So if you remember correctly, or remember earlier in our tutorial rather, we discussed ePacket and the importance of selecting items that were with ePacket available to speed up shipping. The other thing that's important to bear in mind within AliExpress is the ship from dropdown. So depending on where you are in the world, you may see more options here. So for example, I'm connected to a US-based VPN at the moment. So I see United States and China as my shipping locations. If you were connecting from Europe, you may see Germany, United Kingdom, etc. And if you were targeting those markets, you might want to pick a shipping origin that's closest to your customers. But for example, it's here I can quickly filter the ship from United States option, which again is another useful way of seeing and picking products that are close to your customer's destination. So here we can see this product, again, very, very cost effective. Now, I'm not hugely, it's got a few hundred orders, which is good, 40 reviews. You can see this item here has 1,400 reviews or orders and 371 reviews. It's good quality. I like them. We also have these guys here, which have yeah, I mean, we've got 13,000 orders, 7,586 reviews. These are also kind of fitting in with our jogging category. So let's go ahead and we'll also import these guys. And I'm just going to do a straight import for now. We'll let that run in the background. Let me just go back to this tab. Now, another thing you'll find up here is an option to bulk import all the items that you see on screen. Now, be careful with this one. You'll see there's 48 items here. So if you're on one of the lower powered VPSs, or even, if God forbid, if you're on shared hosting, do not use this option. There's a very strong likelihood that it will cause a timeout on your server. The other thing, of course, as well, is that if you're just blindly importing every item from a given category, you're not going to be filtering out items that don't have ePacket. There might be one or two items in here that you just don't fit with your brand. It's something I just recommend you not doing unless you really, really know the category well and you know all the items in it. It's probably going to cause more trouble than it solves. So yeah, it's just to point out what it is. It allows you to import everything. Again, and maybe if it's a small category, it's only 5 or 6 items and you're happy with them, by all means go ahead and use it. But just as a general rule, I would avoid using it. So let's go back now. Let's have a look. And we can see this item is here. Now, it's on the import list, which means it's not published, right? But let me just go ahead. I'm not going to make any tweaks to this now. You've seen me do it a couple of times now, so you know what it's all about. I'm just going to go ahead and publish this item. If I maybe click on it properly, just hit publish. Okay, and we'll just add in some cross sells for people who might be interested in the other items in this category. Let's do cross sells. So what was it? Good quality was one of them. Wireless was another. Okay, update. So now we're starting to take shape. If we go back and have a look at this product, again, I've not imported any reviews, but if you just click on our category page now, you see we're starting to build up a pretty decent category. And what you'll need to do is obviously continue to do this. Think about your catalog structure. I haven't obviously in this tutorial so far spent a huge amount of time thinking about that, but what I would probably do is go back and have a look at the category structure that's within AliExpress. So if I click into earphones and headphones, you'll see that there's a breakdown here which we might wish to mimic in WooCommerce, which you can. You might want to come up with something that's more attuned to your brand or is maybe a bit more niche, which is probably what I would do here. Is I'd continue maybe segmenting by activity type might be one thing to do. So be creative with your categories and think about interesting ways and unique ways of maybe targeting your prospective audience in ways that might differentiate yourselves from the competition. You see, the other thing that Shoptimizer is doing here is that instead of just displaying the sale badge, we're actually displaying the monetary discount amount on the item, which is quite effective and something that you don't usually see in default WooCommerce. You'll also notice that our pricing formula has kicked in here. So the item price here is between $37.99 and $39.99. If I jump back over to the item on AliExpress, you can see the price here for the equivalent color is $18.89 to $19.79. Now, one other thing to watch here is you'll see that in our variations, we've actually brought in shipping locations. Now, that might be fine for you. You might be quite happy with that as a variation type to use. However, if you're just shipping to the US, you just want to be careful that if AliExpress has actually defined a shipping location as a variation, you're going to want to remove those from the item itself. So if you go back in here to the item and go into variations, you can see the various different shipping locations as variations. So what I'm going to do straight away, given I'm just targeting the US, is I'm going to remove the China variations. I'm not going to do them all. I'm just going to show you. You can see what happens. You can just quickly remove each variation here. And if you're on an item that has quite a few variations, this may take you a bit of time, but it's just one to watch, because it'll confuse your customers otherwise. Okay, I'm not going to remove them all, but you can see principle is there. We could just leave these 4. In fact, you may wish to even tweak the variations accordingly if it makes sense. So we just hit update. And let's go back and have a look. We should see China's now gone. Okay, so you might want to continue doing that. Up to you. Okay, so if I just go back to the jogging category again, and I click into the cheaper product that we started with, let's actually just go ahead and finish out and complete an order. So let me choose color and choose add to cart, view cart. So you'll see now, got a shipping estimate. You see again, we set a flat rate for because our store is based in Ireland, but we're targeting the US. We have a flat rate of $20 currently set up in this hypothetical store. That doesn't really make sense right now. It's probably too expensive, but again, you'll want to tweak your shipping and think about how cost effective you can make it. If I proceed to checkout, you can see it's a pretty standard WooCommerce checkout. Again, it's been optimized within Shoptimizer so that it's a distraction-free checkout. You can see we've removed all menus, so the focus here for the customer is on completing the transaction, so they're not getting distracted. And we've got our various different gateways that we've switched on. So it's going to do cash on delivery, accept terms and conditions. And again, you can see there's different things in Shoptimizer, just symbols of trust at the actual point of sale. We hit place order, and our order is complete. So once an order is complete, if we go back in and look at, and here's another order I just placed a few minutes ago, you'll obviously now need to ensure that that order finds its way to the customer. So what you'll do is when an order comes in, you'll go in here and you'll see order actions. Now there's a really, again, AliDropship have made this incredibly easy, almost too easy actually. If you hit place order automatically, what'll appear is, again, it's checking all the details. It's actually populating and injecting our order into AliExpress. It's also going to add this additional message to the supplier that we're drop shipping. And that's really important to ensure that the supplier knows that we're actually sending this as a drop shipping order to the customer. So they avoid sending, invoicing or promotional materials to our customer, and they're wondering, hey, what is this item? So I thought I ordered from Headsounds Direct. So you can see that rather than have to go through AliExpress and order this manually, all the cart data has been populated and we're left straight here at the point of sale. And we can go ahead now and very quickly place that order for that customer. Obviously right now I'm not going to do that because there's no need, but you can see at this point that's what we would do. Once the order is placed, it's essentially now in a state of its processing, and at that point the order will then, depending on who you've ordered or which supplier you're using, could take a few days to be processed, and then it'll be dispatched to that customer and your order is complete. So if you've been following along our AliDropship Shoptimizer tutorial to date, you'll have been able to set up AliDropship, import some test products into our store. But now it's time to take things to the next level. So you'll see right now, we're still using the Shoptimizer demo data categories, shop, women. So these really don't reflect, obviously, the products that we've been starting to add into Headsounds Direct. You'll see down the left-hand side here, we have some of the default widgets, which aren't really applicable to a store. So what we're going to do in this part of our tutorial is take things to the next level. And what we're going to end up with, in the spirit of here's one I made earlier, you're going to end up with something that looks a lot more like a full-fledged e-commerce store. So you'll see here what we've done on our staging site, and we're going to talk a bit about that in this tutorial at the beginning, is we've set up a separate staging instance of Headsounds Direct, which lives on a separate subdomain, and we've built out, you can see here now, we've added in categories that are much more in line with the products that we've set up for Headsounds Direct. We've added in some featured products here. We're going to talk a bit about the category structure that's appropriate for your store. We've added in a custom coupon. We've added in a personalized hero image that's much more in tune with our products. We've added in featured products here, or featured categories rather. We've added in our featured products just below. We've tweaked things like the fonts and typography to be a little bit more appropriate for the products from AliExpress, and we've customized our homepage in Elementor, which we're going to walk through. So you can see that this is quite a bit more advanced from the store that we were working on previously. You can also see we've customized things like colors here just to match in with our Headsounds Direct brand. So how do we do this? So if I go back into Cloudways, you'll see, let me just click back up to the server level. You can see within Cloudways what we now have is in our applications area. Previously we just had Headsounds Direct. In the meantime, I've gone ahead and set up a staging instance. So for the purposes of demonstration, I'm actually going to do it on another test WordPress instance here. So you'll see on this particular instance, we have just a very vanilla WordPress install. So let me just show you briefly how we actually went about creating a staging instance of that site and why that's important. So down here on the bottom right hand side, you'll see there's this little circular icon here, and when I hover over this, you'll see a number of different options, and the one that we're interested in here right now is the clone app create staging button. So if I click this guy, and what I'll do is I'm going to, for the purpose of simplicity, I'm going to choose the same server. Now, if you wish to go ahead and actually click new server and set up your staging instance on a separate machine, that might be a good idea if you're going to be doing things that are a little bit more untested, experimental, and you don't want to cause disruption to your production server. Obviously, if you do choose a new server, you're going to have to pay for that machine. So if you're on a budget, that might be something you want to consider not doing for the moment. You don't need to, and I'll show you that right now. I'm going to click HeadSounds Prod, which is the name of our production server, and I'm going to hit the create a staging option. So I check this and I click submit. And what's happening now, Cloudways is taking a full copy of this site here. So the WordPress files, the database, any images that are in the site, and is cloning it as a completely separate WordPress instance. And again, that usually just takes a minute or two to complete. And once that's created, what we'll have is a completely separate instance of this site. And why do we do that? Why is it important to have a staging site? Well, you'll quickly find out when you run any WooCommerce or WordPress site is that things can go wrong when you start adding new plugins and extensions into your store. So quite a common thing that we see happening all the time is you have a WooCommerce store that's functioning perfectly fine. Your sales are growing, you're getting orders every day. Then you go ahead and install some new extension, a URL coupons extension or something, a wishlist plugin or whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you find, worst case scenario, your site's broken. And when you're in the world of WooCommerce and e-commerce, if your site's broken, your store is broken, you're no longer getting orders. And all hell breaks loose. You start panicking. You don't know what's broken your site. You assume it's the theme. You assume you don't know what's happening. So your staging site is essentially a sandbox or a playground that you can set up to do experimental things with your store in a safe environment that doesn't impact your live site. And that's a really good way of testing out new plugins, trying out new themes, and setting things up and configuring them and making sure they work correctly before you deploy them to your live site. So it's something that we spend a lot of time trying to encourage people to do and set up a staging site to protect the integrity of your live store. The problem with WordPress and most hosting companies historically has been that setting up a staging site is difficult. You either have to do it manually or you have to use one of a number of reasonably okay staging plugins to do it, and it becomes such a complicated process that most people go, oh, this isn't worth it, I'm not going to do it, and bad habits set in, and you would start installing plugins like they're going out of fashion, and lo and behold, your site breaks and you're into panic stations mode. The good news is obviously Cloudways makes this process extremely simple and quick to do. So you can see just in the background while I've been talking, that staging site has now been created. So if I click into it, you'll now see what we have is we have a separate URL, separate admin panel login, separate database, all completely separate and isolated and kept safe away from your live store. So you'll see also that in this particular instance, it's been password protected, which is an additional nice feature that you can use, which is a very important thing to do for lots of reasons. Most importantly, for search engines, you don't want Google indexing your staging site. You'll start to potentially suffer from things like duplicate content penalties. Google won't know which site is the right one to look at, etc. But Cloudways have made the process of setting up the staging site, almost, it's literally a single click. There are all sorts of wonderful features that we're not going to get into today. We'll get into it maybe in another part of this tutorial a little bit later on, where you can actually copy data. You can push and pull data from your staging site to your live site, or from your live site back to your staging site. And that's a really useful feature for rapid deployment of new things that you've added to staging. Now, a word of caution with that, with a WooCommerce store, one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to push database changes from your staging site to your live site. Why? Well, that will impact your live orders. So if you've been making changes to your staging site and then you deploy your staging database to your live database, you're going to lose your live orders. So I typically don't recommend pushing changes from staging to live. I usually just keep the two environments separate and do a lot of my changes manually. I will certainly push file changes, which we can easily do, but typically I wouldn't recommend pushing database changes from staging to live. So what we've done with HeadSounds Direct is separately down here, you can see I have my production application, which is sitting on headsoundsdirect.com. And you can see, if I just go back, you can see I have my staging application, which is sitting on this Cloudways subdomain. Now, I could, if I wished, change this to be a custom subdomain, for example, staging.headsoundsdirect.com. I'm actually not going to do that, because having it as this rather long-winded, obfuscated URL is actually a net positive for me in terms of keeping this away from Googlebot and things like that. So I'm actually going to leave it on this rather long URL. Also, for any potential hackers out there looking to try and find staging sites. Okay, this isn't security obfuscation isn't a strategy or a tactic to rely on in its entirety, but it's just another way of hiding our staging site, so we'll leave that like that. Now, if I go back to our applications, again, just click into our production one. And if I just open the live site as well, you'll see now what we've got on live is I've left the live site exactly as it was just when we finished off in the last part of the tutorial, where we got as far as the order screen on AliExpress. And you can see back on staging that we have a much more comprehensive catalog. So the first thing we're going to do today is we're going to walk through the process of how we actually made some of these key changes to our staging site. And I'm going to actually recreate them on the live site so you can see exactly what I did step by step. At certain key points, I'm not going to go through the process of adding in every single product. You can see here I've got 34 products that I've added in from AliExpress now, but I'll take you through the process of how I've added in some of those, and then we'll speed up other parts of the video. So let's head back over now to our live instance. So go back into WordPress, and I'm going to click into products, or categories rather. Let's actually go into categories. So these categories aren't really fit for purpose in terms of what we've been creating to date. So why don't I just go ahead and delete those? Now I can't delete this guy, which is the default root category, which is fine, but I'm going to delete the rest of them. So let's go ahead and bulk delete our categories. So our categories are gone now, and let's just make sure our products are still there, which is not really that important right now. We're going to be bringing in some more products and assigning categories. So let's talk about category structure for e-commerce stores. So quite a common pattern that you'll see in a lot of stores now is you will see a top level menu item called shop, for example. And shop is effectively the route into your store. Kind of like what we've done actually on, if I still have it open before I deleted it, do I still have it open? Let me see. Yeah, here. So you'll see shop. Now, what I recommend, if at all possible, is that you avoid using shop as the route to your store. And the reason why is if you hide your categories behind a shop menu item, it involves yet another click or another barrier to your customers, your potential customers, to actually seeing the full length and breadth of your product catalog. So you'll see here on staging, we've actually brought our catalog right to the top of the menu. So earphones, headphones, accessories. There are a number of studies actually done by Baymard, who are a fantastic resource for e-commerce usability. And one article in particular talks a lot about this in terms of e-commerce usability, and that the main navigation should display product categories. Now, interestingly, only 18% don't do this. So while the prevailing trend has been to hide your product catalog behind a shop menu item, the majority of the larger e-commerce stores don't do this, which is great. So only 18% don't hide their main categories. Here's an example that Baymard have referenced, which is Best Buy in the US have a single products item in their main navigation. You can see that the most severe issues the scoping collapsing of the entire product within a solitary navigation item means that users can't easily understand what it is that you actually sell. So yeah, I mean, take it as read from some of the top e-commerce UX researchers in the world, that hiding your shop categories in a shop navigation item is not a good idea. So how do we structure our catalog? Well, you can see what I've done for HeadSounds Direct is I've actually taken a look at what was in AliExpress in terms of their catalog structure. And if you have a look, you'll see that they have a number of different ways and facets that they use for the catalog. You can see here in-ear, ear hook, headband, neckband. These are really appropriate subcategories for earphones rather than headphones rather. So we've taken, I suppose, some liberties. We've looked around at some other sites and seen the kind of catalog structures that they used. And the top level catalog structure that I've used is earphones and headphones, primarily for the two main categories that we're using. You'll see then within earphones, I've structured wireless, in-ear, over-ear, sports, and ear hook, and these being the most commonly, the most common popular categories for most of the products that we're going to be selling on HeadSounds Direct. You can see the same or similar subcategories under headphones. So in some cases we've got, wired or wireless or noise cancelling being common to both. I've actually not featured them here, but they're in there. And you see we've got some additional subcategories under headphones because just the nature of the products deserve that. We've also created an accessories product category, and we've got 3 subcategories: adapters, cables, and earpads. I've added a 4th category, which is deals and offers, which is going to be a place where we add in any kind of clearance sale items that we've got. And we know from other e-commerce UX that people obviously go hunting for deals, so it's quite a popular category to have. And this really is essentially a secondary category where we might have items that appear in both places. So if I go back to WooCommerce now, let me just get the right our live categories here. So if I click into categories, so we can go ahead and actually start to mimic this top level structure. Oh, let me just click on that. I forgot the S. I'm not going to do it right now, but one thing you certainly want to do is think about your category descriptions. So typically with some e-commerce stores, and if you look at AliExpress, it's probably a good example of this, right? So if I've clicked into earphones and headphones, you'll see it's straight into the items within that category. What they've not done on AliExpress, just given the volume of products that they have, is they've not added any descriptive text which talks about what products are in this category. And that really is an opportunity where you as dropshippers and smaller niche e-commerce stores can take advantage. If you go and look at the main Shoptimizer demo pages, what you'll see we've done and what we've taken time and care to do is in the category, top level category pages, you'll see we've actually added in we've added in custom category descriptions in a number of different places. Let me just open the women one as well in the background. So you'll see here, this is what I'm talking about, right? So adding in some descriptive text about explaining, just what the category is about, a featured image for the category itself. And you'll also see in some of our categories, we've also added this additional descriptive text at the bottom of the category. So what you're trying to do there is just add some more content to your category pages, which ensures that they're just a bit more meaningful in the eyes of Google when it comes to index your site. And again, most of the bigger e-commerce stores don't do this because it's just not a scalable operation for them to do it. But you as a smaller niche store focusing on a particular sub niche should be doing this and making sure that your category description pages are optimized with good quality content and unique content about the items that are in your store. So again, for the purposes of this exercise, I won't be doing that right now. We'll come back to it in a later tutorial. But you'll see here the two boxes. This is the bit that appears at the top. This is the bit that appears at the bottom. The thumbnail we've seen on the store as well. So if I've edited that category now, put my S back in, back to categories, headphones, and you see if I don't enter the slug, which I've not done here, WooCommerce automatically just lowercases it and hyphenates it if it's a double word. Accessories and deals was our top level category. Now under headphones, I'm going to add in ear, and I'll choose my parent category to be headphones. Over ear, another one under headphones. Again, now that I've added in a few, you can see I can just put these in quite quickly. Let me just open up. What else have I got in there? Wireless. Wired, I think. Wired, yeah, wired. What else? We got sports and ear hook. Oh, how do I spell it? Lowercase. Okay, so what we'll add in a few now for headphones. So let's go wired. Actually, unbeknownst to me, anyone watching this probably following has seen that I've actually been adding those for headphones, so not bad. Let's add it in for earphones. Wired, wireless, sports, noise, cancelling. So all the time you'll see what's happening here is WooCommerce is building up the category structure that we want for this store. And what we want to do now is go back into products. And for the products that we already have, let's reassign those to categories that are more appropriate now. So let's get rid of uncategorized. And these are Bluetooth headphones. What are we doing? These are ear hook sports. So we'll pick earphones, sports, and they're wireless, and we will update. Let's go back to products. Let me just open these other two guys here as well. Okay, so these are also wireless Bluetooth, so take uncategorized off, earphones. So what you want to do, and be careful with this, is you want to associate your product with both the top level category and the subcategory that's appropriate. So make sure to select both. Otherwise, what you'll find is if you're browsing by this top level category is that your items don't appear in it. So it's just one to watch. It doesn't automatically add it to that top level when you select a sub level. So what are we doing here? These are wireless, and really we should have in-ear as well. Again, you'll appreciate I'm not adding in all the individual categories that I've added to staging just for the purposes of speed here in this tutorial. But you can see I can add a product category quickly here, and we've now automatically gets associated with that one, which is cool. And our last one that we have here is, Again, earphones, we'll make these sports. And oh, actually, because I had added that one contextually, let's do that. Earphones, in-ear, sports, wireless. Okay. So the 3 products that we already have in our catalog have now been assigned to proper categories. So why don't we just go back to AliExpress now and add in a few more products to our catalog now that we have a better catalog structure. So again, I'm shipping from the United States, and I'm keeping an eye out for, let me just switch to the grid so I can see a bit more easily here. I'm looking out for e-packet items again. I'm looking out for products that are cost effective with good orders and good ratings. And let's just go ahead and just open up some of these. And again, I'm not totally beholden to ePacket. If the item is shipping from the US, which is what we filtered by here, that's generally a good indicator of short shipping times as well. If we were picking items purely from China, I would certainly almost always just rely solely on ePacket items. But because we're picking US as our shipping location, that certainly helps to ensure that most of our products here will be shipped pretty quickly. Now, some of these I may have already imported. This one I haven't. What have we got? We've got stock. Let's just see. Another thing you want to check is, sometimes you will pick the ships from United States location, but you actually go into the product, you'll find that there actually is no stock available in the US warehouse. So that's just one to watch out for as well. Just to quickly see, if you click on the filter here, you'll see, right, so look, estimated delivery time is 40 days for this item. If I click on US, you'll see it's 9 to 15 days. And there is stock available as well. So you'll see, if you click here, stock levels will change sometimes depending on the region you're in. So yeah, we're going to go ahead. This is a good item. Some great imagery here as well, which is super. There'll be some things here that we don't want to import. So if I just go ahead and actually hit the edit button here, and what are these? These are sports, in-ear, and they're wireless. Okay, so cool. So let's click edit, and we're going to choose earphones, sports, in-ear, wireless. Now, you don't have to edit each of these titles as you go. You can wait till they're in WooCommerce and do them from within there, but I'm just going to shorten this a little bit for iPhone, and we're just going to take it back to here. A little bit too long. And we're going to take it, if we go down here, you can see here, right, we're going to get rid of this because this particular seller is promoting their other items within the description, which we don't really want to have appear. You can see it's pretty quick most of the time to get rid of these. Sometimes it can take you a little longer to see these in our HTML, so that's going to take a little bit longer to get rid of. And if you're struggling within this editor to remove some of the content, don't worry too much. You'll be able to go back in to WooCommerce directly and do it. So that's not too bad now. We've got good imagery here, which is super, super good imagery, which is great. Now, so we need you, let dropshipping begin. No invoice, no price and parcel. We obviously don't want that appearing on our product because it's not really appropriate for our purposes. You'll see here that there's also some information here about delivery times and refunds, etc. It's up to you whether you want to leave this in the product description. Most of the time I don't. I'll remove it and just have my own information about returns and refunds, but it's up to you. Sometimes they're appropriate, they're well written, the English is good, they're generic enough to fit with your own store, but quite a lot of them they're not. So, what you'll want to do, I'm not going to spend all the time here now to study all of this content, but certainly that's something you will want to do, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm getting rid of this. Looks a little bit cheesy. Yep, that's okay, I think. So again, you can see our featured items popping in here, which is cool. Our pricing formula is being applied to this product. You can leave the rating and the number of orders there if they make sense. If not, change them or tweak them. You can see our colors. And now we have our ships from options. So again, I'm going to get rid of China and I'm going to get rid of France, and I'll just leave the US. There is stock in the US right now, so that's cool. So we'll go ahead and publish. So I'm going to go ahead and speed up the video a little bit and do the same for some of the other products that we've just opened up in the background here. You can see that's going up right now as we speak. So let me just go ahead and do the same for the rest of these products. Okay, so sometime later, meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've finished importing a ton of products from AliExpress. And just to show you now what we've got over here is we've got around 53 products in our catalog. And what we want to do next is we want to sort out our menu. So what we're going to do is we're going to recreate the menu that you see here. So how did we actually go about creating this nice customized menu with our top level categories? You can see here we've got the flyout menu for mega menu, some people call it, for earphones and headphones. We've got a simple menu for accessories, deals, offers, etc. So let's dive in and actually go through that process. So back on our HeadSounds direct domain, let's go into dashboard, and we're going to go down to appearance and menus. So what you'll see is this is our existing menu. We don't want this anymore. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to actually just delete this menu completely. Don't be too worried about this. I'll show you actually how to recreate it from scratch. So once we delete this menu, we're actually going to go ahead and create a new menu. And let's call it, we'll call it main menu. Great menu. Okay, so now we need to add some items to it. So what you'll see down this left-hand side here is various different elements of content elements within WordPress. So pages, posts, custom links. Now, you'll notice that some WooCommerce things are missing. So if you actually go up to screen options, we want to switch on product categories. Probably don't need tags right now, but we'll switch them on anyway. We're also going to switch on some advanced menu properties, namely CSS classes, which we'll be making use of, possibly making use of descriptions. So we'll switch those on too. And if we go back down now, close screen options and go back down, you'll see now we have access to our product categories. WooCommerce and WordPress will default to showing the most used, but if you actually click on view all, you'll see all your categories now listed under product categories. So we're going to be using those very shortly. What I'm going to do is, just for the purpose of simplicity, I'm just going to open up the one that I created earlier, just by way of comparison, so you can see exactly what I did. So if I go in here, over here we've called a primary menu. Again, the wording's not too significant. The most important thing you'll be doing is assigning the menu to a menu location down here. So you can call it pretty much what you want. You'll see our home page is called home and it's linked to home. So let's go ahead and add that menu item. So what we want to do is find in pages, we want to find our home. You can see it's under most recent. So we'll add that to our menu. And you can see, voila, it's called home. It's straight in there. Next, we're going to add in our top level earphones category. So if we scroll down here to our WooCommerce categories, we'll see we have earphones here. Add to menu, and that's now in our menu. I'm going to go ahead and just add in the other top level one, headphones. Let's add that in as well. Headphones here, add to menu. And what else did we have? Accessories. And where's accessories? Here it is here, and add that. Now, so as I mentioned just a few moments ago, the most important thing here is where you assign the menu to. So in Shoptimizer, we have two menu areas, primary and secondary. And these will typically be defined, or always are defined, by your theme. So if you're using Shoptimizer, you can refer back to our Shoptimizer documentation for a bit more detail on menus, but for now this one will assign it to our main or primary menu. So that's now been assigned. If I go back and have a look at our home page, you'll now see that we have our top level menu items here. If I click earphones, you'll see that brings me straight into earphones, and headphones brings me into headphones. Now we're missing our sub-level mega menus for these two guys. So let's go ahead and add those in. So how do we do that? So I'll go back into menus, which I have open in another tab, and let's add in our secondary subcategories. So I'm not going to recreate this in its entirety, but I'm just going to show you the first few items and you'll be able to pick up the rest from there. So first thing we want to do is we want to actually nest in earphones again, and I'll explain why we're doing that in a few moments. So we're going to add in earphones again under earphones. Yes, bear with me. And we're just going to add in a few of these, wireless in-ear and over-ear. So let's add in wireless in-ear, and we haven't created over-ear. So let's add in sports. So add those three. So what we'll do is we'll just nest these like so under the secondary earphones. Now, we're not done quite yet. What you'll see is if I expand the one that's been added to our staging site, you will see here. So the top level earphones menu item has a CSS class applied to it, which is why we enabled this earlier back in screen options. Okay, so what we want to do is just copy full width. Just bring that over to, that's the top level one. I have to remind myself. And we apply full width. And what that does is, if I go back to our Head Sounds Direct site now, that is the magic sauce that makes this drop down a mega drop down. Now you can see it's not quite right just yet, but we're on the way. So let's go back now. So we've added in our CSS class on our top level item. We've added a secondary earphones, and you'll start to see why we've done that. You'll see now earphones actually appears here. So this secondary addition of the earphones category is what's populating the earphones text just here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add some additional elements to this menu to make it looking the way it should. Right, so let's just close. Oh, let's just close these guys up. So I don't need to add any CSS classes to the secondary earphones sub-item. For each of these guys, we don't need to add anything to them. But what you'll see is, if we keep going down, we also have these three guys here, which are custom link menu items. And what are these three menu items here? Well, they are, if I go back to the front of our staging site, they are these three products here. So what we're doing is we're adding in, let me just expand one, we're adding in a navigation label. You'll see this guy here with the angle brackets around it, and that basically is a WooCommerce shortcode. So this shortcode here has a product ID, attribute here is 2965, and that 2965 refers to the product ID, surprisingly enough, for our given product. So the way you'll add your the products that you wish to feature in that mega menu will be to go into each individual product, grab its ID, and then bring back and populate it into the shortcode. So for now, what I'll do is I'll just copy this one, and I'll go back to my live site here. So what we'll do is to add a custom link, scroll down, you'll see custom links. And what we'll do is in our link text, what actually do we do again? Yeah, link text, we're going to actually add a hash link. And we'll add in the link text, we'll add in the shortcode itself. Let me add to menu. What we want to do is we want to nest that under earphones. Let me just double check. Yes. So you want that to be at the same level as the second earphones category that we've added. And what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll add just, we're going to add in 2 more copies. What I'm going to do is just going to grab those and bring them up to where they should be. Now you'll notice, okay, so these IDs are coming from our staging site. So our IDs are going to be different. We're working off 2 separate databases right here. So let me just go into our products. I'm going to open it in a separate tab. And I'm going to grab a couple of relevant product IDs for our live production sites. So let me see. So we're at the earphones here. Okay, so let me just pick our old headphones and go back down. Okay, so we'll take this guy, and let's take this guy. So what I'm doing is just I'm opening these in individual tabs. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the individual product ID. So if you're editing your page, what you'll see up in the toolbar will be the actual ID of the product. So in this case, it's 3565 for this particular product. So let's just switch in 3565. For the next one, it's 3538. And for the next one, it's 2194. So for your site, you're obviously going to want to make sure you're using your product IDs. And WooCommerce creates those as it imports the products from AliExpress. So, okay, so we've got our 3 IDs. Let's go ahead and hit save. So now we'll go back to our I made a mistake. I was actually updating our staging site with our live product IDs. So you may have been watching that and wondering what I was doing. I was making a mistake. So let's actually bring those back into our production site. This is just one of the perils of having a staging site and a live site. You always got to just watch and make sure you're actually updating the right site. You know, so yeah, it's not always straightforward. You would think it is, but it's not. So let's just grab these. And yeah, last one is here. All right, so we're updating live. Okay, cool. Let's hit save. And let's go back and check now. And with a bit of luck, we've added them to the right menu. Yeah, okay, cool. So our featured products from the earphones category now appear. We've got our main navigation subcategories appearing under earphones, and obviously if you click this, it'll also bring us to earphones. What are we missing? What did we not copy across? Right, so you know, I'm not going to fill out all of these additional categories. You can see now, quite straightforward to add in a few more. I mean, you could, by all means, if your catalog justifies it, you may have, you know, you've got plenty of space here for additional categories if you need them. You'll see this little dividing line. How have we done that? Let me just show you briefly. So if I go back into our, I'm actually going to refresh this so I don't override with the changes that I made. Oh, I did. Oh, not to worry. You'll see what we have is on, which one have we got it on? you'll see on this guy, all products we have, and this is linking to our, where is it linking to? It's linking to earphones. We've got a divider here, right? CSS class divider. So if I actually just apply that to, let's say, this guy here, but divider, hit save. Now if I refresh now, you see our divider line has popped in. So if you want to break up your categories with relevant structures, you can do that with the divider class. So here it made sense because we were adding in a link back to just, again, this is almost repetition by design. So we were linking to all products here. You can click on it here to see all earphones, all earphones. So, sometimes it isn't obvious to users. You may wish to use multiple links to do that. So bestsellers is actually a sub category within earphones as well. So these best-selling earphones that we've set up. Again, you want to structure this in appropriate. You might want to put recommended products in here, for example. It's another good one to use. Let's do the same for earphones now. Or sorry, headphones. So let's go back in here and do the exact same thing that we just did. So open up product categories, view all. Let's click headphones again. And why don't we just bring these guys in now that we're a little bit faster this time. And tuck that in there. And then we want to tuck in ear hook, in ear. Let's make sure they're nested in correctly. Sports, wired. Now what I'm going to do is just reorder these to be a little bit more relevant for this category. Probably over here first, sports is last. That's fine. Click save. Go back now, and we should see, even before we add in anything else, we're starting to see our menu structure appear. And we want to add in our full width class on this guy, top level. Okay, just hit save. You'll see now again the menu, once we refresh, should now be a mega menu. It is. And let's add in some featured products. So we want to grab a few more featured products. Go back up here. And let's go to some nice headphones. Take these guys. And let's take these guys. And these guys. Okay. Let's grab actually before we do that, let me just let's pick the right site this time. Let's just add in some placeholders. So grab that, create a new custom link, put a hashtag, and add in, let's do it 3 times. Let's do another one. Okay. Let's tuck those in now to where they should be, which is just here. Same again. And same again. Yeah. Now let's grab our product IDs. So first one is 4302. Hold on. Yeah, here. So that's that one. What's our next one? Let's close in 4034. And the last one is 4021. All right. Hold on. After updating the wrong link. So here. Okay, now let's save. Let's have a look. See how we're looking now. Okay, great. So we've got our submenu looking good. We've got our featured products. So I'm happy with that now. And again, I'm not going to go to the bother of repeating the divider. Here you can see if I had more time, I would actually match it to be exactly the same as this. And let's add in our accessories, sub-elements, sub-items. Go to menu. And you can see for accessories, things are a lot simpler. So it's going to view all if we can't see them. Did we actually create any subcategories for accessories in this instance? I don't think we did. So actually we do have them there. Adapters, cables, no, those two. And actually didn't create them as subcategories of accessories. Again, you don't need to do that. You can structure your menu to be whatever way you want it to be. So these categories right now are actually just standalone categories. I should have actually nested them under accessories, and I probably would go back and do that in here in WooCommerce. But you can see this is the beauty of WordPress menus, is that you can structure your menu whichever way you want it to be. So if it makes sense at a menu level to have categories that are at the same level in your catalog actually appear like this, that's fine. You do that. You structure your menu whichever way you want. You'll see now that pops in under accessories, adapters and cables. It may even make sense in your catalog that these actually appear as separate top level product categories for lots of reasons. If you're structuring your catalog a certain way, if you're doing imports and exports from other systems, so you've got lots of freedom to set this up whichever way you want. So we're missing a few other items: deals, help, blog, about us. Let me just show you how we've actually set those up over on our staging site. So you'll see they're actually very, very straightforward, which is why I'm not going to repeat them again. So you'll see if I scroll down, the headphones, accessories, we've just recreated. Here we added an additional category, deals, offers, and the rest of these menu items, which we'll be looking at in later videos, are just regular WordPress pages. So very straightforward, there's nothing complex about them, and that would actually finish out our top level menu. But for now, we're actually gonna, we've got plenty to work with here in terms of menu for the moment. So let's just move on with the next part of the video. So the next thing we want to do is we want to actually look at our widgets. So if you remember, go back into one of our product catalog pages, you'll see now these widgets down here don't really make any sense. These are just regular WordPress widgets. So we want to actually fill this out with proper store WooCommerce widgets. So if you see back on our staging site, we click into earphones, we have much more appropriate widgets appearing along the left-hand side here. We've got a catalog. We also have price filters. We have top rated products. So let's actually look at how we've done that. So again, go back into widgets. And what you'll see is anyone who's familiar with WordPress will know and have used widgets before. But if you're new to WordPress and WooCommerce, these widget areas are controlled and defined by your theme. So Shoptimizer has, what have we got? 1, 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 widget areas that appear in various different parts of your site. Now the one that we're interested in, and I'll again just jump back to our staging site so we can see how we've laid out our widgets. The sidebar is the actual area that appears on our shop pages. So you can see here's all the default WordPress widgets. I'm actually going to get rid of those. So let's just actually remove them. So to remove a widget, just open it, hit delete. And that's literally just removing it from this widget area. You can see now I've cleared out all those widget areas. So we actually have 3 other widget areas here already, which are the price filter, product by rating, which we'll probably leave, product title we don't need. Now what we're missing is our product categories shop menu. So how do we do that? That is a native WooCommerce widget. So widgets can be supplied by your theme or more likely by plugins themselves. And WooCommerce comes with a number of very useful widgets. The one we're going to use here is the product categories widget. So if I click that, expand it, select sidebar and click add widget, what that will do now is it'll populate the product categories widget into our sidebar widget area. Now by default, it gives it this rather boring name. So I think we called it shop. Yeah, so let's change it to shop. And we're actually going to order by category order. rather than names. So category order gives us a bit more control over how our categories appear in the menu. We're not going to show it as a drop down. We are going to show hierarchy. Up to you whether you want to show counts or not. I didn't when I set it up on staging. Let's just maybe actually enable it here for the moment so we can have a look and see show you what it looks like. You may wish to only show children of the current category. I don't really like that. It kind of means that your menu is jumping around the place as you click on it. And certainly hiding empty categories is a good idea. If you have lots of product categories and you're filling out your store over time, you want to hide empty ones so users aren't just aimlessly clicking on things. If you have a very elaborate catalog and you don't want to pollute your menu with too many categories, you can set a depth here. Really shouldn't have a catalog that's any more than 2 or 3 levels deep for optimal UX. If you catalogs that go 5 or 6 levels deep, you might want to set a maximum depth of 3 here, for example. So let's hit save. And if I just go back now to just open our store again, you'll see now that our product categories widget has appeared here. Now, if you notice, at the moment, the order of these isn't what we would ideally like. We would like accessories appearing at the bottom. Over here, okay, that's tucked in at the wrong place at the moment. But let's say I wanted headphones to appear above earphones. How would I actually go about doing that? Well, the first thing I do is I go back to my categories. A lot of people actually miss this in WooCommerce. But what you want to do is you can actually drag your categories in here. So, for example, accessories is appearing at the top. If I just actually pull that down here, drag it down to the bottom. Hold on. Didn't quite grab. See, actually just drag it down like that, maybe a couple of places at a time, since I go into the bottom of the screen. You can see it's coming down all the time. I think I know why it's not slotting in there. I do, because we're at the end of a page. Let me just change the screen options to show 50 categories. Just get rid of this pagination that was appearing here, which was stopping me from bringing it all the way down. Now if I just bring it down right to the very end. Now what that's doing in real time is reordering based on manual ordering. So again, if I want to bring up, let's say, adapters really should be tucked in under accessories. So let me just edit that for a minute and put that into accessories here. Update. Let's go back to our categories now. What I would also recommend is renaming your uncategorized uncategorized. Actually, do we create deals? I don't think we created deals. That's just deals. Maybe we did. I can't remember. Let's have a look. I did not update it. Yeah, we did create deals already. And special offers. Okay, go back to categories now. So bring that one down to and the other thing we want to do is just get rid of these two guys here. Oh, no, that did come down. Can be a bit finicky, but just wait until you see it. Come on. Maybe I'll try just dropping it above accessories for the moment. There we go. And best sellers, we'll bring that guy down too. Put him just above special offers. Cool. And these two guys here, I want to assign, well, cable certainly. Let's quick edit this guy. Sorry, no, we can't assign to a category from there. Let's actually assign that to accessories now. Okay. Now, and our last one we want to move is deals. We want deals to appear just above special offers. Okay, and the last thing we'll do, actually no, that's good, earphones. If I wanted to actually bring headphones above that, you can actually drag headphones here. And that'll actually move all the subcategories as well in one go. You can see it's brought the subcategories with it. And you don't need to save, it's done using an Ajax callback, so it happens pretty much instantaneously. So now let's have a look and see our shop widget is now, the order here reflects what we just did in the categories area. You can also see those few categories that I had at the very end are not displaying. Why? Because at the moment they're empty. So that widget setting that we set is doing its job. So that's the shop widget, or the product categories widget that we've called shop. Filter by price, there's no settings, that one's pretty simple. And top rated products, I'd say let's call it highly recommended rather than top rated. Bit friendlier. Okay, so our shop menu is done. Now, you'll also see our sidebar posts are widgets that appear on blog post pages. Sidebar pages are for widgets that appear on pages. So anyone who's used WordPress knows the difference between posts and pages. Below header is an interesting one. So you'll see on our staging site, what we've actually done there is we've added in some text promoting launch promo code that we're using. So now you'll see here there's this little tab, visual versus text. I've got some formatting here, so I'm just going to switch into the text tab. So we'll grab our properly formatted markup, and if we go back now to our live site, if we just click text and we want to select the below header of the widget, and if I just paste in the formatted code, you see now it picks up exactly the way we want it to appear. Now go back to our store. That text has now populated into the below header widget area. So that'll appear on all pages actually, that widget area, all store pages anyway. Does it actually appear on pages proper as well? I can't remember. Yes, it does. So yeah, I mean, that's a really good promo area for site-wide promotions like general coupon codes, maybe a sale flash notification. Again, it's a good area to use for promotions. What other widgets have we populated? Top bar left. Yes, so this widget area is used for up here. So we have top bar left, top bar right, top bar center, I think it's called. Let me have a look. Yeah, top bar left, top bar right, top bar center. So we have 3 bits of content to add in. Now you can see over here we've used the custom HTML widget area. We can actually just use the text area for that. So try that. Text, top bar left, add widget. Don't need a title because we're just displaying some text. Top bar center, what did we add into there? Free shipping. Again, we'll do a text widget for that. Top bar center, add widget. And the last one we added in was a placeholder for a guide that we're going to write for earphones. Oh, actually we have it here. Don't switch out. Save. Okay, so let's make sure that that text widget actually works. Yes, it does. So reason why we've used a text widget there as opposed to the custom HTML one for on the other site was, for example, if we wanted to just highlight that and make it bold, we can do that. A bit more control over formatting. But again, up to you. You might have more complex HTML that you want to drop in. So choose your widgets accordingly. Right, so what other widgets do we need to add into our site? Again, remember, you don't need to manually copy all your staging content to live. I'm just going through this just to show you how I created this site and what the best way is to do it. But you could equally just populate all your content onto staging, and if your site's not live yet, just push all this automatically over within Cloudways. Push all your database, everything over to live. If your site is not live yet, of course, remember. So single product custom area. So what do we have populated in there? Yes. So we've got some nice, again, these are really just, I guess, conversion aids. So we're, again, promoting a returns policy. We're promoting that orders are quickly dispatched, and we've got symbols of trust here, promoting the fact that it's a secure checkout. So if I just click into text, grab that HTML, go back to our single product custom area, and here we are using a text widget. So let's drop that into what's called single product custom area. Single product custom area, and go back up. Oh, no, wrong area. Yes, thank you, WordPress, for reminding me. Let's see, let's come across. Yep. And we will hit save. So that appears on an individual product. So if I click into the product, let's see now that this content here is what's coming from the single product custom area. Floating button modal content. Bit of a tongue twister. A widget out to this region will appear within a modal window on a single product page. It is intended for a form shortcode. So for example, on our main demo for Shoptimizer, you'd see this if you click into a product. Just wait for it to load. And this area here, questions, request a callback, generates a modal. And you can see here, this is actually populating a contact form 7 form. So the request a callback use case here was something that we discovered actually via Reddit case study, where this was actually a really effective conversion assisting device on certain sites where the user mightn't be sure about the product. They may wish, they may have questions. So rather than losing the customer, having a callback option on some catalogs, on some items, was a really useful tool, which drove, I think, a serious uplift on sales. So again, you may wish to experiment with different things here, different strategies and tactics for assisting conversion, but that's what this floating button modal content does. Okay, so what else do we have in our widgets? Cart custom area. So again, symbols of trust. Let's grab those, bring them in to our cart custom area. Text. You might want to tweak and customize these to be appropriate to your store and your area of the world. Below content. So the below content widgets. Oh, we skipped one. Check out custom area. What do we have in there? Again, conversion assisting devices. Let's add them in. Oh, good. Now let's have a look. Yeah, so below content. Below content is what appears down here. So these 4 little widgets that, again, just designed to help with help assure your customers really that you're a legit operation, that, you know, give them just a sense of reassurance and comfort around the sale that they're hopefully about to place on your site. So again, I won't spend too much more time with these now. You can see they're, in this case, they're custom HTML. They could equally be text. In some cases, you'll see here we've actually got a little bit of HTML, which is driving things like the icons that appear here. So it may be the case custom HTML is actually the best thing to use for these. But you can see the content's easily tweaked based on what you want it to appear. And the footer is fairly straightforward, I think, for most people. So you'll see here in our footer area, we've got some simple links. Again, I'm just, for the purposes of simplicity here, I'm just going to copy in what we've got on staging, footer, text, copy in content. So that's one widget. What do we want? Another text widget here. Yeah, text. And our final two widgets are also text. And the last one, last but not least. So in a later video, we're going to actually talk a bit more about social and your mailing list strategy. So for now, consider these placeholders that we'll come back to in a later video. So if I refresh now, so what you'll see now, if I just go down to the footer, I've just added in placeholders for all these links. So right now these are actually linking back to staging. So what we'd want to do is replace these with relevant links on our store, same with our social and this guy. And you can see our below content widget is there. So now things are looking a lot better in terms of the structure of this store. So let's keep going, nearly there. The next thing we want to do is customize some more elements of Shoptimizer to be a bit closer to this. So what you can see, we've brightened things up. We've essentially used a black and yellow palette for the Head Sounds Direct brand. So while the logo's dropped in, we're still using these default Shoptimizer colors, which are perfectly fine. But just to add a bit more personality to the site, let me show you how we've actually gone ahead and done that. So when you're using WordPress, you'll see a customize option up here. So if you click on that, that launches the theme customizer. So Shoptimizer comes with a ton of dials that basically allow you to tweak elements of the site without getting your hands dirty with any HTML, etc. So if we click into general, you'll see the logo we updated earlier on has some height adjustments that you can make. Same with the sticky. The mobile header has various different heights and that you can tweak, etc. Right now, we're interested in colors. So if we go into colors, you'll see we have a number of different color controls that we want to tweak a bit. So let me just go back into staging and compare with what changes we've made. So click on colors and top bar. I don't think we changed anything there. Header, we certainly. Oh, actually, no, we didn't. It wasn't header. It was below header. So if I go back in and compare and bring that across. The wonderful thing about the customizer, of course, in WordPress is that you see your changes in real time, so which is pretty cool. So we want to change our text color as well to be dark. Let's bring it down. I need to compare with that one. Okay, so that's that. What else did we change? Navigation, yes. Navigation, we tweaked a few things in here. So again, our hover to be the yellow. What else did we change? I think we changed the opacity slightly here. Just don't really need to worry about too much right now. Ah, yes, our hover here as well. Tweak. Yes, and the last one is the card icon. Publish. So if I just refresh again, you'll see now that the little smatterings of yellow that we've brought in have now appeared on live. You'll have also noticed that in the Customizer there's a lot more settings for things like the background color here. So if I wanted to make that, let's go crazy here with a nice blue. I'll just go back. You could change it to blue. Actually, blue works quite well. And there is, again, if the links, if we wanted those to be, let's go crazy. Our link, ugh, that's no good. Let's change that back. And see, while the Customizer shows previous changes in real time, you can see here just with the width of my screen, the screen's collapsed into a responsive view. So just what I'm doing is I'm just quickly flicking to another tab and refreshing just so I can see the changes. If you're on a larger screen or viewport, you'll probably be able to see the desktop view in real time. Secondary navigation color again can be tweaked from here. And let's go back and see what other things we need to tweak. General, I think we used pretty much the general. Oh, actually, was there? Yeah, that was right. And WooCommerce. Again, we've left defaults. Most of these defaults are pretty good, by the way. I mean, these colors are these colors for a reason. So greens typically are really useful from a conversion optimization perspective. So, you know, feel free to adjust these accordingly, but just from a, you know that we've spent quite a bit of time picking sensible defaults based on conversion research. So the star ratings I've just changed now to be yellow. And what else? Progress bar, yes, that's another one we want to tweak. That's one where I've decided, yeah, we can tweak that without much of an impact on the brand. Floating button I made dark. Just time with the brand. Okay, so look, I mean, you can, you know, spend a good bit of time. Here's the other benefit of having a staging site is you can go nuts and go crazy with changing, you know, some of these colors and experiment with them and try different things and do that in the safe confines of a staging environment without disrupting your live site. Footer, yeah, I think we have the footer pretty much exactly as it was default in Shoptimizer. Okay, so that's colors. So now the big one, let's tackle the homepage. So right now our homepage is fine, but you can see now that we've populated a lot more products, there's a lot more content here, but you can see there's a lot of default Shoptimizer content in here that we're going to want to replace. So let's actually go through the process of how we update the Shoptimizer homepage. So from the homepage itself, you'll see up at the top, you'll see an edit with Elementor option. So the homepage within Elementor, the homepage within Shoptimizer is by default controlled by Elementor. So if you've spent any kind of amount of time around WordPress in the last couple of years, you'll be familiar with Elementor. It's by far my favorite page builder. Beaver Builder is really solid as well. Another great team of people behind Beaver Builder too. I just feel Elementor has really nailed a lot of the user experience elements of how to build page builders on any platform, never mind WordPress. You know, people, you know, rave about the simplicity of Wix and Squarespace and some of the other big landing page builders. I think Elementor has just passed them all out over the last year. They're churning out new features at a rate of knots. And it's incredibly impressive how they've pulled that together. So let's actually have a look at how we've actually built our homepage. So if we go in to our staging store again, we'll see now that we've added in not a huge number of changes, but we've certainly made some changes that are relevant. and just really personalize things to be a bit more closer to the new brand that we've created. So first thing we'll do is, let's go back here. First thing we want to do is replace the default Shoptimizer hero image. So we want to do is click on, yes, thank you, right click. If we click on this guy here, I will activate the element here. You can see we'll delete him, and we're going to replace him with an image that we've got in our homepage folder. So hero shot. Now, just before I click the insert media button here, some tips about choosing hero shots for your e-commerce store. First things first, with Shoptimizer, it's basically a straight image. We don't have a slider here, and you'll see lots of e-commerce stores over the last few years have used sliders. It's not that we don't dislike sliders, it's just it's been shown, again, by our friends in Baymart who do a lot of e-commerce UX research, is that sliders aren't really that effective at actually helping to convert customers. They end up being distracting. You know, sliders are a great example of design by committee. So lots of people in lots of organizations that run e-commerce stores, you know, they all want to be on the homepage. They all want to be the featured item, the first thing that people see. And a slider is the cop-out that people use to, you know, solve conflict internally about what appears on a homepage. And I mean, there's been no great research to show how effective they are, and plenty of research to show how ineffective they are. So the other big thing, and the big reason why we don't recommend them for a lot of smaller stores, the stores just getting going, is speed. So your average slider, whether it's Layer Slider, Slider Revolution, any of the other slider plugins out there that you'll find in WordPress land, is they tend to be quite slow. And the focus really for e-commerce stores in 2019 should be on being as fast as possible. So that's why the default Shoptimizer hero image is just a hero image and not a slider. Some kind of guidance in terms of the size of that image is important. So you'll see here that the dimensions for the image that we're using here is 1920 pixels by 600 pixels, and it's 255 kilobytes. It's quite likely, and we'll deal with this in a later part of this tutorial, is how to optimize that even further. The image that I've selected here, this wonderful image of the girl wearing her earphones, actually comes from a site called unsplash.com. And Unsplash is a fantastic resource for so many images from different niches, and you can see this is the image I've selected here. Now, the default size of that image is, I think it's a rather large image. So I'll just have a look here. Hold on, where is my inspector data? You can see it's over 1.2 megs. So what I actually did is I took that image and I brought it into the wonderful program Sketch, which many of you who have done any kind of web design work over the last 5 or 6 years will know. And I've cropped the image to be, you know, the size that I've shown, 1920 by 600, cropped out some elements I don't want and further optimized. We will come back to image treatment in a later tutorial, but suffice to say, I would certainly highly recommend Unsplash for imagery for lots of niches really in the e-commerce world. And you can see some of these other images we'll also be using for this site. So if I go back here, our image is now dropped in. Hold on, where have we gone? I have too many tabs open. So yeah, here we are. Our image is dropped in. So we want to actually tweak this. So I'm actually going to get rid of it. And we're back to square one. And what we've done is we've dropped in an intersection Elementor here. And we've got it as a 2-column, but the columns are slightly off. So what we're doing is, again, you want to pick imagery where you can drop in headlines, strap lines that are appropriate and make sense. I actually think we used text editor here. So I'm going to drop in my text editor and I'll copy in my, oh, that's not right. Let's grab text. And let's see if I get that in. Yep. And what else did we do? Let's grab this text here. And we're going to drop in another intersection just underneath. And we actually can see the column slightly off as well. So this image actually turned out to be really, oh, slide hand. This image turned out to be really, oh man, let's drag here. Really appropriate for a store. You know, we've got great shot and we've got great space here for dropping in some really nice high impact headlines promoting headphones that are on sale. So you can see right now, so far I'm nearly there. I'm okay with slightly different in terms of layout, but pretty much thereabouts straight away. Last thing we need is the all important call to action button, and I think we just drop that in from Elementor here. Button just in the right place. Yeah, we want it to be a large button, and it should say, yeah, shop now. Shop now. And did we customize the color? Let's have a quick compare. And let's see. So that was that. Text color. We did make the button dark, yeah, which is set in. Typography was correct. Change the background. Oh, no, sorry, wrong element. Let's just undo that. And we want the style of the button itself. Yes, and don't forget the link. So what we want to do is grab these guys say. So just grab an actual hyperlink. Go back, add the link. Let's add an icon. I think we found some nice appropriate icon. I think it was cart actually. Yeah. Before. Which is good. And background color. There we go. And we'll just change the hover color to be a nice blue. I'll do this. Alrighty. So now let's update. Let's go back and check on our home page. Perfect. Almost identical to what we did on staging. Another little difference you'll notice between our live site and our staging site is that you'll see this gutter appears on staging and the live site actually is taking the full window. And that's something I've tweaked by design on staging because, well, for a number of different reasons, but just as actually for this image, really, I like the fact that it's contained within a container rather than stretching full width. Full width, you need to have images that are maybe a little bit bigger than they really need to be. And quite frankly, there's no need. I quite like the container being around the image. So what I'll do is I'll just go in and show you in Elementor how we did that. So in Elementor, actually select the, just wait till the hover goes away. If you select this containing element here and go over here, you'll see the stretch section option is enabled. So we just switch that off. That will actually remove the stretch. And the other thing we want to do is we want to just add some padding to the top, or some margin to the top of the element as well. And if I just quickly check what we actually set here, we'll see, yeah, 40 pixel margin along the top should do it. 40, did we add a bottom margin? No, we didn't. So just break the link here and set the bottom margin to be 0. So let's update that now, see if it looks the way we want it to look. Okay, we've got our container, but our top margin hasn't kicked in. Or has it? Hang on 1 second. Let's have a quick compare here again. What are we missing? Let's have a look. Yeah, that's okay. Just compare here. It's all good. I think I know what this is actually, and this is worth just actually explaining. So what's happening, I think, is, let me go into our live settings for Elementor. You may see this depending on your host. Sometimes this can happen. If we go into settings and just change our styles to use an internal embed. Now, typically you'll want them to be external. What that basically means is any CSS that Elementor generates gets loaded from an external file. And why that's important is just once the file is loaded once, your browser caches it and doesn't have to download that again. So it's just faster. However, what can happen is on some hosts, and Cloudways tends to cache files and be aggressive on caching, which is good. But when you're in the middle of development, sometimes what can happen is that file gets cached when you don't want it to be cached and you can't see changes you've made. By selecting the internal embedding option, what will happen is that file will get loaded inline in the HTML document. So we'll see our changes as soon as we make them. Now, I'm not sure if that is what's happened here, but I suspect it is. Yes, it is. You can see now that our changes are appearing instantly. So I could have actually cleared the cache there, but just for the purpose of development, I can see this all the time happen. Another thing that's happening here, and I didn't do this earlier on in our tutorial when we first installed Shoptimizer, it's part of the Shoptimizer guide, is one of the things we want to do is switch off Elementor's default style. So let me show you how you do that. Let's go into Elementor again, into settings. And if we switch off under general, disable default colors, disable default fonts. And what that will do is allow Shoptimizer's slightly better defaults to appear. So if you've been following along and noticed some strange colors appearing on things like these guys here, it's purely just because I hadn't disabled those. If I go back and look now, you see our default colors are now appearing the way they should. And our default font, which is a slightly different font, IBM Plex Sans, is now appearing. Okay. So let's change these guys now to match our staging variety. So in Elementor, and actually I'm just going to refresh Elementor so it now reflects what it should after it's switching off to defaults. So what we want to do is we want to change these 3 images here. If I click on that element in Elementor, you'll see the image appears, the default image appears. I'm going to delete it and I'm going to hit upload. Actually, I went ahead and uploaded these images a little bit earlier before we did all the product imports. So probably a good bit back now, but we'll find them in the media library. I think I did. I may not have. Let's have a look. Actually, no, we didn't. Let me just grab them. So if I hit upload files and then select files, You'll see again, these are some of the images from Unsplash. So I've got 3 of them that I've cropped in Sketch. And let me just drop that first one in, headphones 1. And you can see the size here is 1024 by 683. And that size is probably a little bit big for that space, but we'll come back to those a little bit later when we do some performance optimization tweaks. For now, let's go ahead and get our images in. And for the eagle-eyed viewer out there, you'll notice I'm not doing them in the exact same order as we've done on staging. That's okay. In fact, I may have actually used a different image for our staging store. Yes, I did. So you'll see I used a different image here. It's okay. So let's then click on the text, and you'll see here we want this to be earphones. That's our earphones image. Oh no, it's our headphones image. Headphones. It's custom URL. Where we want that to link to is our headphones category, the URL of which is here. So let's go back in, bring that in. Update. And this image, I'm actually going to change this one to be our earphones image, if I can find it. I thought it was that one. Let me just see if I can see it here. It's this one. Okay, it's coming in, and then we're going to choose, call it earphones, and we want that to link to our earphones category. Okay, obviously you might want to tweak some of the other content here to be more appropriate to your own catalog, which you can do. It's quite okay for us. Winter jackets, we don't sell any winter jackets, we sell accessories. And we want that to link to the accessories category here. Here, custom link, update. And that is not the right image for accessories either. Come on, Colin, wake up. So our accessories link is here. It's even called accessories.png. Alrighty, so that's looking much better. Now you'll also notice I've tweaked things ever so slightly here as well in terms of the grid. So right now you can see we've got some spacing between each element here in Elementor, which is the default. I actually preferred slightly different where they're almost tiles where there's no spacing between each. So to do that, you click on element here and go back to where is the option to remove? I've forgotten. Let's have a look back on staging. Ah, yes, yeah, columns, no gap. You can see it here, look. So let's go back to live. Make sure you click this guy which is the container around these three elements inside. You can see columns gap is set to default. Let's change it to no gap. So now we've got no gap, which is cool. Let's refresh, go back to our home page. And now that matches. You can see these link to their appropriate categories. Excellent. So a few more changes we've made. You'll see here we've tweaked this from our latest items to be products we know you'll love. So let me just show you what we've done here. Pretty straightforward. Products we know you'll love. Very straightforward. And what we can do is actually make that bold. Change the style in typography. Family's okay. Could change the weight to be bold. Now, just underneath that then, if I click this element here, you'll see that we're also using a WooCommerce shortcode here to populate in products on the homepage. If I go back to staging, you'll see we're actually using a slightly different WooCommerce shortcode. So what we've actually got here are featured products, as opposed to here we've just got whatever products are coming in here, limited to 8, ordered by ID. Not really very optimized in terms of a catalog. Now when I drop in the featured products shortcode onto the site here straight away, you'll see there's no products appearing. Actually, there are. Again, we've got some caching issues. Or did I even hit the update button? Let's try that again. We didn't have caching issue, we had a column issue. We didn't just click the update button. So why do we not have any featured products appearing? Well, we haven't made any products, featured products just yet. So let's open another tab here and go back to WooCommerce and look at how we make some products featured. So, yep, close that. So what you'll find in products is you'll see a little column here with stars, and all you have to do to make a product, a featured product, is click the star. And the page will reload and the star will get filled in. That product is now a featured product. Go, and let's do a few more. There's another way of doing it, which I'll show you now momentarily, but let's pick this guy, just hit him. So we have 2 featured products. Now, WooCommerce actually changed this a few years ago, and it's quite annoying to keep clicking star and waiting for the page to reload. So the other way of doing it, which is actually faster, ironically, is just go in, open up some of these individual products, and in separate tabs they're opening in the background. And under visibility, hit edit. Oh, sorry, no, under catalog visibility, and make it a featured product. Hit update. Let's do the same here. So catalog visibility, this is a featured product. Hit OK, hit update. And catalog visibility, featured product, OK, hit update. So now we have a good chunk of products added to our featured list. If I hit the refresh button again on our homepage, there we go. So now we have some featured products. Let's keep going on editing this page. So just underneath that, you'll see we've personalized the content from Y Shoptimizer to be Y Head Sounds Direct. So let's grab that content and let's bring it in here. And let's grab our description. It's just getting rid of the default Shoptimizer content, which you'll also want to do. Smart instead of smart ideas, smart audio products. And if you've never used Elementor, I hope you're getting a sense just from this video as to how simple and how easy and how intuitive it is to use. It's such a joy to edit content on WordPress and WooCommerce sites using Elementor. It really is. And I've used so many editors over the years, and just nothing has ever come close to how intuitive Elementor is. It's not without its little faults and issues. Of course, every editor has them, but believe me, it is a light years ahead of anything else you'll see anywhere else. So let's bold these up. Okay. And what else have we got? Yeah, we've got some, again, some branded content. One of the things you really want to concentrate on to succeed in dropshipping and e-commerce and to be able to compete against the likes of Amazon, the bigger stores worldwide, you really got to focus on building up your community around the brand. So here we're really, trying to nurture and develop the Head Sounds Direct army, which sounds a bit woo-woo, but essentially what we're trying to do is really develop a community of audiophiles, maybe not just audiophiles, because that's got its own connotations and its own. We're not really just chasing out of anyone who's interested in and has a joy for using earphones from any stretch or any walk of life. That's really who we're interested in serving, and that's it's the only way you can differentiate yourself in a world where you can't compete with just pure price with Amazon, essentially making a loss, I think it is, on about 80% of their catalog. You can't compete on delivery times, where again, Amazon, because we're drop shipping, you're looking at a minimum of, really 1 to 2 weeks, best case scenario, for delivering of your items. Whereas Amazon, as we've mentioned earlier in this tutorial, delivering in some cases on the same day. So what can you compete on? Certainly can compete on that you can serve individual niches better than Amazon ever will. So you really got to concentrate on that part of your brand. You can see again, I've got some default Shoptimizer images here. I'm just removing them and replacing them with images that are more appropriate with our brand. Again, I've sourced all my images in this case here from Unsplash. That image is definitely too big. We're over 0.5 meg for that image alone, so we'll definitely be coming back to make that smaller a little bit later. But for now, we just want to get our page built out and looking good. We're very nearly there now. Is the image we used? Yes, it is. Come on. Same with him. I mean, a meg just for those 2 images alone is nuts, and it's way too big. We can certainly get those down to be a fraction of that. And offer of the week. Let's change that. Okay, so I want to swap out this guy with our girl wearing the headphones. And you can see I've played actually with a couple of different variations of this image. Well, you may not be able to see it in that thumbnail, but basically originally the original version was a little bit too bright, so I've darkened it. Again, Sketch is a wonderful tool for that. And again, our Bluedio wireless high-end headphones. Okay, let's tweak the color, style, typography. Oh, color, close that here. I think I know what I've done wrong here, but I'm gonna see if I can tweak it. Nope, yeah, I know what I've done. Copied in Elementor markup, which I shouldn't have really done. I should actually just copy the text. There we go. We're not browsing the collection, we're viewing an offer. View offer. And we're going to send those to the same link, actually, in this case, as what we're using here. Change the link, which is, where's our content? Oh yeah, here, right in front of my face. Okay, so almost there with our homepage. So that's almost identical to the one we created on staging. What did we do at the bottom of the page? Bestsellers, yes. I mean, our most popular products is probably fine. Just wanted to tweak it ever so slightly. And you can see this is also using a shortcode. In this case, ordering by popularity, which is exactly what we want. And we don't want brands we stock because we're not really focused on any other brand other than our own brand. So we're just going to delete these two elements in Elementor. And we're going to hit save. You can see these guys aren't clickable in Elementor because there are widget areas that are coming from the theme itself. So typically in Elementor, if you can't click on something in Elementor, it's generally because it's not managed within Elementor itself. Did we have anything else down there? No, we didn't. Okay. So we're on the home stretch here now in terms of our tweaks and customizations to Shoptimizer. Let's go back into the Customizer now briefly. And I'm going to switch out that blue that we used on the menu. And just go back to... oh, sorry, I've clicked into the wrong thing, haven't I? Colors, navigation. Where did I go back to the black? Just to make things consistent. And the other thing we want to do now is, so what we did was on staging, and maybe what I'll do is I'll show it to you on the live version, so you can see it before I change it. Then I have to explain why I changed it. So what you'll see is our product descriptions right now are quite long, and the font size is just that little bit too big, I think. So, you know, a common question that you get all the time is with a theme, can I change the descriptions to be a little smaller and maybe actually the weight of the font just that little bit stronger just to help them stand out. So thankfully, it's quite simple to do. So if we go back into Customizer, we go to typography now. You'll see there's a whole different set of typefaces that we can change. But here we're interested in WooCommerce. So what we want to do is let's just open up our staging customizer just to see the changes we made, and we can reapply them. So go to typography, WooCommerce. Now let's just have a look. Right, so you can see the weight we changed on the archives category description just to be 600, which is a little bit bolder. We did the same with the archives title as well, just to make that a little bit bolder. And the single product title, I think we also made that a little bit bolder. Helps them stand out a bit. And we reduced the size of some of these guys as well. So let's see here, 19, 19. The product title we reduced in size to 14 pixels. You may need to tweak some line heights, but for now we'll leave them as is. Product title in single product title we brought down from 34 down to 22 pixels. So let's make that same change here. Now the line height we left as 44, but I'm actually going to reduce it here maybe to be, say, 34 pixels, and we'll have a look at what that does momentarily. And the primary buttons, I think we pretty much left those as is we did. Right, so let's go ahead and publish those now. And if I refresh, you'll see that our changes to the titles have now applied. So it's very simple, very quick to make little tweaks to things like titles. You just have to know where to go to find them. The other changes we made in here is just to make this price a little bit, or title a little bit smaller and bold as well, just so it stands out a bit more given the length of some of these. Okay, now is there any other titles that we changed? I think that was it for our titles. But remember as well, right, if you want to go, you know, and experiment with completely new different typefaces, for example, Open Sans being a popular Google font, you can see how quick it is to change your site over to a completely different typeface. And what you'd obviously want to do is go through and change all of these, for example, to Open Sans, which I'll do now. Change all of these over to Open Sans very quickly. Heading to Open Sans. And let's jump down to the WooCommerce ones just to see what it looks like with Open Sans. Open Sans and publish. Let's have a look. That's not bad. Yeah, I could see some of the line heights down here don't really work great with this particular, with that particular font, but not bad all the same. Remember as well, you're going to have widget titles. You'd have to go through all of these just to really make sure they're all using Open Sans. But for now, we won't go any further with that. Okay. So final few changes that we need to make to this version of the site. One change that you may see if you click through to your cart, you may notice that you've got these residual widgets down here, and the reason for that is just the page template that's assigned to that particular page. So if we click in and edit the page, and what you'll see down here is page attributes. So the default template in this case is the default template. What we actually want is the full width template. And if I click that and update the cart, if I go back and have a look at the cart, you'll see that that residual widget area is gone. And if I go to my checkout, you'll probably notice the same thing. Yes, here we are. If I edit that page, and we'll apply the full width template. So what you'll also notice in here is that there are a number of other templates that are possible to use. Two come from Elementor, which again we'll get back to in a little bit later. You'll see there's a full width contain, there's full width no heading. Now, certain pages in Shoptimizer, when they're installed, will use those page templates. So again, experiment with them, see what impact they have. You may wish to change some of your templates to actually have a sidebar on them. Again, we'd recommend for things like the cart that you go full width, because essentially WooCommerce does have a sidebar here, which it's using for your subtotals information. On the checkout in particular, obviously, we're advocating for the distraction-free checkout, where you'll notice the menu is no longer visible. And that's by default, obviously, to ensure that we don't really want customers clicking off this page for obvious reasons. So yeah, I mean, but again, you can choose to experiment with different options if you wish. The change we're going to make is, you'll notice if we were looking at our, just close the customizer here on staging, you'll notice in our header, one thing we did, obviously the font has changed now, so things are hopping around a little bit different. One thing we did was we swapped out customer help with a wish list icon. So if I click that on staging now, you'll see it's bringing us to a wish list page, which is a really useful feature for an e-commerce store. So we have plenty of places where we're promoting help and support on this page. So let's actually go ahead on live and see how we swap that out. So this little area here is managed as a menu. It's our secondary menu. So you'll see the links here, my account, customer help, and checkout. So I'm going to remove the customer help. But before I do that, you'll see again, we've got a number of CSS classes which we're applying here. And they're basically what are driving these icons that appear above the menu items. So if I go back into our staging instance, switch to our secondary menu, you'll see that our wish list icon is our wish list menu item is using the heart font icon. So I just wanted to grab that before I remove this page here. And have we actually installed wishlist plugin? Possibly not. Let me have a quick look. No, I don't think we have just yet. So why don't we do that actually before let's just save that. Go back to our plugins. The plugin may have been installed. We may just not have created the wish list page just yet. So let's go and create the page. And we're going to call it wish list. And we'll leave the default template on for now. Publish. And this page will need a shortcode. So I need to just go and find what shortcode it needs. And first thing, so we want to do is link yith to, there's a shortcode that we need. So copy that, assign the wishlist page to it. And again, this plugin has a whole heap of different settings that you're going to want to tweak to be appropriate to your store. But let me just go back in, add in Gutenberg, let's add a shortcode. And update. Let's see what happens. So we've got our page. Let's see if it actually works. Okay, so our wish list is there, which is cool. To add some items to your wish list, obviously you want to click the little heart icon that appears now on each of your products. Again, you can see it's quite difficult to see that heart icon, so we might tweak that in a little bit later on. So it's easier to see here. So I go back to our wish list page now. Let's have a look what we see. Where did I open it? So our wish list is working. You can see the items we just added to it are appearing here. So let's add it to our menu. Let's go and refresh this page. And there's wish list. So we want it sitting in here. And let's grab the CSS class. Save. So now, a bit of luck. Our wish list is now appearing in our menu. Excellent. So you can see we've spent quite a lot of time going into quite a bit of detail about how to customize Shoptimizer. We've created a brand new homepage, or we've customized it heavily from what the default was with Shoptimizer. We've added in our primary navigation. We haven't hidden it behind a shop navigation item like a lot of badly optimized stores do. We've tweaked finally here our menus to be a little bit more appropriate for the store. We've done a lot of customizations to our branding to really kind of make it distinct and give it its own personality. And really, I think we've set ourselves up nicely now in terms of, making a fairly well optimized dropshipping store using WooCommerce, and we are ready to move forward with the next steps in our tutorial. What we're going to look at next is we're going to take a deep dive into how we set up some things that we've kind of covered at a basic level to date. We've added in a coupon code here. We actually didn't create that coupon. So we're going to look at how we create some coupons. But more importantly, we're going to set up and optimize our payment gateways and our shipping so we can actually get to a place where our new store is ready for action to accept orders. And we're actually going to, hopefully at the end of that next part of the video, we'll get to actually place a live order via headsoundsdirect.com and actually start to get ready to send traffic to our new store. So see you next time for the next part of our tutorial.